There we go. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you, Margie.
Sure thing. I'm just getting the live stream started here, and then I'll transfer control over to Margie in just a sec.
Thank you.
Great. And Isaac, just so you know that the 23rd is our last scheduled Zoom in this series. And after that, Margie will be gone as of October 1st. There may be a need for a Zoom sometime in October to wrap things up, and Colin and I will be working on that, but I have no idea yet. It all depends on what happens between now and the 23rd.
Alrighty. Yeah, Margie sent me an email about that. I've got notices and calendar stuff posted for. It sounds like there's going to be another meeting next week as well.
Yeah, we're reserving the time for 2 hours next week, and we'll see if we need to do that or devote it to discussion about revisions to the manual rather than everything else that we've been doing. So I'll make a determination by the end of today.
Alrighty. Yeah. That all sounds good. If we do have to have another meeting or multiple meetings once Margie is no longer working with us, I suppose I can just host the Zoom meeting on those days. So we'll just need to coordinate a couple weeks ahead of time to make sure I'm available.
Yeah, sure. I know it's going to be busy time with the commission with other proceedings. So that's why Colin should be available.
Alrighty. Yeah, and we can also figure something else out. We can, I'm sure, get Colin set up to have access to the streaming account if we wanted to or something like that.
Sure. Okay, that'd be great. Yeah, take care of all these contingencies. That's why you were Employee of the Month.
Ah, congratulations.
I didn't know anything, but I was reading Inside the Roundhouse. I don't know if you saw that, but there was a little blurb about it.
Nice.
Okay, we'll start in a few minutes, depending on how many people show up. I think they're all getting tired. I think they're all getting tired of us.
Or they've all jumped over to the community solar.
A lot of them have, yeah. That's true.
So, Art, is there any benefit to calling roll today?
Oh,
I could do it. I have.
Time is.
Yeah. I have a one-page list of all the participants because it's what I put into the annex of the report. So I could do that. I don't. Up to you whether you want to do that.
Yeah. Otherwise, what do you just look at the participants while we're talking and check them off?
Yeah, and it's right. So if you need me to jump to a document or something, whatever, I'm multitasking at that point. I'm not as efficient, but I can make it work by looking at the participants if you prefer.
Yeah, I think so. It's just, it takes a lot of time and it's kind of disruptive.
Okay, I will just do my best and I'll query participants if it's a name that shows up that's not on the list, but I'll do that verbally.
Okay.
Good.
All right, Margie, we have well, I've already made you an art co-host, a new host, and I have the link posted on our website. So I think that's all you need for me today. I usually kind of just keep the meeting going in the background. So if there's an emergency, I can hop on.
Okay.
Today I have a conflict at 11, so I'll probably be gone for a couple hours, but things have gone pretty smoothly. So I'm cautiously optimistic that you'll be fine if I'm not here.
Past
Excellent.
performance is no guarantee of future performance.
Well, if you need me for anything urgently, just
Yeah,
give
I'll
me a
jump up and
call.
down and I go,
Yeah, I'll text
I'm
you if
sure
we
you'll be
have an
fine.
emergency. Okay. Thank you, Isaac.
thanks, Isaac.
No problem.
Hello, everyone. It's 9:30. We're still adding on participants, so as usual, we will just wait a couple of minutes, see if we can get to the magic number of 30, and be back with you in a couple. Okay, we seem to be hovering at 29, so I'm going to begin anyway. Good morning, everyone. Arthur O'Donnell, Public Regulation Commission, and welcome to what is not quite the penultimate meeting, but getting close to that. Um, we've been at this really since the end of March, and I very much appreciate your stamina and durability and continued participation in these biweekly and sometimes interim meetings in order to get as far as we've gotten. We have a lot to do today to try and kind of, tie up some loose ends and bring the next version of the stakeholder working group report um, so that we can get through edits and then get you a new version next week. On our agenda today, we're going to be talking about moving on to kind of what should go into the interconnection rule. And thank you for those of you who visited the Miro board and added your thoughts on that. So we'll have a discussion about that. Um, I'm going to show you some different options for defining distributed energy resources and distributed generation, which is one hole that's in our definitions group. But we're going to reserve much of the discussion about definitions until after we go through the other substantive portions of the report comments. And there's two reasons for that. One is that I don't want to get hung up. We had a number of alternatives proposed, especially by SPS in their comments. And while I want to discuss them and see if we can reach some agreement on it, I don't want that to defer the other technical comments that we need to deal with. And just to let you know that next week on the 16th, we've reserved 2 hours from 10 o'clock till noon for a possible Zoom call to go over anything that we don't complete today, right? And that's why definitions are kind of like, you know, less critical, but also probably to have a discussion about what to do next, what to do about the manual revision, and we can have some more talk about that as we go through the day. But we are reaching the end, and what the end is so far is really a interim point, which is that we had scheduled these meetings through the 23rd of September, hoping that we would have a completed report documents and some level of agreement on a lot of the issues. It looks like we're about non-consensus on about half of the issues, but really, as I look through this, many of the really important substantive stuff has been agreed to and can go into the formation of the manual. And we can talk about that as we go through this. So again, thank you all. I don't have really anything to report from outside of this proceeding. Those of you who've been involved in the community solar uh, uh, stakeholder process know that last Thursday was the third and final stakeholder group meeting under Stratogen facilitation. And they are collecting comments on the issues that were discussed in those stakeholder meetings and other residual issues, and they will begin a report writing process. We did agree to extend the deadline for comments in that proceeding from September 10th, tomorrow, to September 16th, next week, um, just to give people a little bit more time to get it together. Everybody's been very busy, so there is a little bit of flexibility there. And the only other aspect of that is that I'm going to be calling a subgroup within the stakeholder process in that proceeding before we get to a NOPR to help flesh out consumer protection issues, and in particular, what the content and format for consumer disclosures will look like for subscribers to community solar projects, what the requirements will be for registration information of applicants and project operators, subscribing organizations, and to review a Connecticut-based statement of consumer protection that I went over in the workshop for the for the community solar a couple of weeks ago that could form the basis for a consumer protection statement by the commission in that particular initiative. So I've asked for people who are interested in participating in that subgroup to contact me. I'm really only looking for about a half a dozen people, so it doesn't get too unwieldy, but I do want a broad spread of representation: utilities, industry group, consumer advocates, local organizations, and communities to help with that. And we have the Attorney General's office has stepped up and is going to be helping with that effort as well. So if you're interested, let me know. Otherwise, the notice went out yesterday through the Stratogen email for the community solar project. And so that's the update on that. Anybody have anything to report? Kevin Cray has his hand raised. Kevin, good morning. How are you?
Doing well, Arthur. How are you?
Well, I'm all right. My voice is giving out, which is not good at the beginning of the session, but go ahead.
And maybe I just missed it, but I noticed in the original Stratogen email, I think was on Tuesday, it noted like a follow-up email that was going to come. And so I don't know, again, maybe I just missed it yesterday because you mentioned an email from yesterday, but it sounded like it might provide some additional clarity on what exactly they were wanting covered in the comments. I guess my
Yeah,
initial impression was
I
kind of
believe I
everything.
saw an email. Is
Okay.
anybody else on that list? I think I saw the email because I asked them to include the call for people. Okay, I will contact Stratogen. Can't do it today. I mean, until later on this afternoon and make sure it goes out so that everybody has it today, early tomorrow. I mean, it is important, but rest assured, we've extended the deadline for comments to the 16th, so you don't have to kill yourself trying to get anything in tomorrow. And they will have the focus elements on that. But
That sounds great and much appreciate the extra time.
okay, great. Anybody else? No. I will. It's actually kind of like down in the next section, but I do want to thank we received 6 separate sets of comments on the report um, from the rural electric cooperatives, the 3 investor-owned utilities, a consolidated industry group, which looks like it included RIA and SIA and the Kevin Cray's group, the Community Solar Advocacy Alliance, and Sunrun. And so, and then separately, Nexamp had a page of comments. So thank you very much. We're going to be juggling a bunch of different documents today, and so I'm going to try and make sense of it. I appreciate that, and I have. We'll wait till we get to that portion. So go up a little bit, Margie, on the agenda, and we're going to talk about. We're going to do a little Miro exercise first, and then we're going to just show options for the distributed generation definitions, and then move on to the discussion of the report document. So, Margie.
Great. Before I go to that topic, let me do a quick check on a participant that it might be, well, 2 new people. I see a Johnny Miller, which I don't have on our list of participants. So, Mr. Miller, can you please identify yourself and your organization at this time? All right, don't hear him on. Please send me a note. This is Margie. If you can send me a note in the chat, we can get you on distribution. And I'd also like to welcome Mayanne Barudin. Thank you for joining us. She's a new participant to our group. And I think everybody else I have on our distribution list. Okay. Thank you, Arthur, for letting me do that while we have our 38 participants at this point on the call. Okay, so I put into the chat the Miro board link, and let me share that screen also, just so people can see where we are. Are you seeing that link in the Miro board chat?
Yes.
Okay. So we, in fact, this is also in your agenda, folks. So if you have your agenda, you don't have to go to Miro right now, although a little later on, we will do a Miro poll here on this proposed language. So I want to put it in the chat now so that you have it. How come my Miro is not showing up? Let's see, I'm going to stop sharing and try that again. Okay, all right. If you have questions about the Miro access, let me know. You do not have to sign in or log into Miro. You can simply open this board, and right now you can see it on my screen or you can see it in Miro. This was the exercise we did at the meeting 2 weeks ago, where we asked working group members to list items that should go into the interconnection rule itself, or elements that would not be appropriate for the rule. We had input during the meeting and then some input in the week following up till September 3rd. So I will not go through this in detail. We can talk about it. I have questions for a couple of people who put some comments into this board. There were some comments from someone here that are now displaying on my screen. And I think they can display. Can you see this, Arthur, the guest comments?
Yes.
So somebody suggested some input, 9 items that connected with this sticky note of having appropriate financial penalties applicable to the utilities for failure to comply with timeframes. And there was a line that the person connected to these 9 items that they suggested be included. And I don't know if the person who contributed this is on the line, but I have a question about if this relates to that, or if these guest comments were perhaps more appropriate for utility reporting requirements. I'm just not sure what to do with these comments. So Arthur, let me have you look at these and see maybe if the person's on the call who contributed these, perhaps you would want to comment.
Okay, I know that the idea was raised really in a chat. Really, we did not have discussion about that. That would be a significant change from the way the current rule is structured, and there was no provision for penalties embodied in either the FERC SGIP or the IREC model. So this proposal falls a little bit outside of the discussion that we've had to date. What my recommendation would be is that this is an appropriate proposal or comment to make in the notice of proposed rulemaking, right? Barring the fact that we don't have a basis of discussion about what a penalty is and what an appropriate dollar level is or anything like that, I would find it difficult to be inserting that at this point. But I'm willing to entertain discussion from the person who proposed it.
I'm also wondering if this person meant to attach this to the sticky above, which is the public queue. And so maybe these comments belong to a different sticky note. Can you, right? They seem more appropriate for the
Yeah, that's true.
public
Right.
queue. Okay, so
Right.
I will assume that unless we hear otherwise. There was also some other supporting comment that we received by September 3rd that endorsed the idea that the applicants or project owners be required to update the utility of any changes to their AC system size at least quarterly, and some support for making sure that that's a critical part of the rule. So those were some comments that may not be visible to everybody when you're looking at Miro, but we will capture these comments in the write-up that goes into this section for the final report. And I guess with that, we just wanted to review the exercise. Thank you all for participating both in the meeting, and thank you for those who went in after the meeting and added more content. That was greatly appreciated. And Arthur, I don't know what you want to do with this at this point.
Okay. Yeah, let's just talk about it a little bit. On the right-hand side of the Miro whiteboard is essentially the current headings that are in the rule, Title 17, 568, 9, 568. And generally, we don't see any real new additions to this because this covers all the ground, and the general sense is that the rule is going to refer to the manual rather than try and include everything that's in the manual. However, there will be some elements, and that's what your suggestions are in terms of the rule, that should be a little bit more specific in the rule, right? So I haven't really gotten a chance to organize these, but Margie, since you have a little bit better view, can you just kind of like read through the, looks like 10, 15 or so elements that have been suggested, and the 3 elements that are suggested as not appropriate? We have some time for a discussion.
Sure. Yeah, the elements that should go into the interconnection rule were listed as, first of all, timeframes for both the developer and the utility completion of all phases of the interconnection process. Number 2, interconnection process should allow priority access to small generators applying for distribution grid behind the meter. Number 3, interconnection process should provide no cost to small generator facilities that will provide benefits to grid and will provide upgrades below a certain cost when aggregated with likely additional new small generators within a limited time frame, for example, 10 years. Number 4, interconnection rules should non-aggregation of generation and storage where the storage facility provides ability to limit export. Five, requirement that utility maintain a public queue and detailed list of elements. Number 6, interconnection rules should allow for net metering where the generator is located on customer site and providing generation to meet customer load, irrespective of ownership of such generator. That is to say, allow for PPA. Number 7 is dispute resolution process. Number 8, standardized, streamlined interconnection process details. Number 9, technical standards that enable streamlined interconnection or common statewide protection and grid support function settings. Number 10, appropriate financial penalties, which we already discussed. 11, requirement that projects update the utility of changes to their AC system size at least quarterly. I'm on number 12, common definitions. And it seems like there is some discussion about that. That's tied to the suggestion that there needs to be a definition of small utility consistent with the current rule. And I know in our comments, we got two different possible definitions of small utilities. And I think Arthur has a suggestion for resolving that today. And then the last two comments are enabling customers to interconnect non-exporting generation and storage without delay for distribution upgrades. And the last one, technical standards through, I gotta read this one a little bigger. Sorry. I have way too many screens open here. The last one is technical standards through UL should define equipment requirements. The conditions for inadvertent export give utilities discretion instead of relying on UL certification standards, resulting in a formula for applying a non-technical basis for grid modernization.
Okay. All right. Again, the big distinction here is that what really should be in the rule as opposed to what is in the manual and referred to in the rule. And on some of these things, I think that it would be overly prescriptive for the commission to put it in the rule as opposed to it being an element of either the manual or the technical guidelines. And what I'm thinking here is that priority access to small generations behind the meter, that's a policy decision. That is while we have talked about something like that, that is either embedded in the analysis of it's essentially the levels of categorization for projects in order to provide for fast track support. So I'm thinking that that's covered through the process. No cost to generators, that's a policy decision. We do have a fee structure that is proposed. Non-aggregation of generation and storage, I think that is has been addressed in our technical, although it's not a consensus item. A reference to a public queue and what should be required there is probably a yes. Net metering, again, that is an area that we have had no background discussion on that in this context, and I think that I know other states net metering is part of the community solar program, but it is not part here, and so I don't really see a reason to get into net metering, although we can have a discussion about that. Dispute resolution is a yes. Streamline, I'm sorry, grid support. That seems like it's really technical for a rule, and so I'm not quite sure I understand that. We already discussed penalties. Changes for sure, you know, there should be a mechanism for reporting changes, and that is definitely a rule. Definitions, we have a place for definitions, including the small utility definition that can be in there. But as I will point out, that does not necessarily mean an exemption from the interconnection rule for small utilities. It just defines it. And that's a policy decision that the commission is going to have to make because there is no exemption currently in the interconnection rule for rural electric co-ops as defined. They are part and parcel of it. Allow interconnection without delay. That's the process, and there are timelines for that. And then the technical standards. What I'm seeing is that there is a section for codes that refers to IEEE and UL, and that should do that. But it really is the manual and the technical guidelines document that get into the specifics of that. And we have not really had the full discussion of what all those thresholds and settings ought to be because we've determined that that's a phase 2. So That's my preliminary take on these things. I'll go back and review them more, but we'll entertain while we have some time any discussion now about those elements and how I seem to be sorting them out. And my mind is open on this, but I'm trying to make this workable without being overly prescriptive. I know it's a rule, but you know, there are things that just should not go into a rule. I mean, because they're very difficult to change going forward. So I'm sorry that I can't see anybody's hand right now. I'm going to reduce my Miro screen and see if anybody has any discussion about those elements. Please raise your hand if you do. Seeing none, hearing none. Margie, there are 3 stickies in the not appropriate. Can you read through those, please?
Sure. Elements that are not appropriate for the interconnection rule are 1, the interconnection applications and agreements. 2, codes and standards don't want to lock into a certain version. And detailed processes. All those things are are not appropriate for the rule per the input we got.
Generally, I agree with that, except for the codes and standards. Generally, you put in what the current standard is and at seek, and revisions to them as appropriate. So we may have to finesse the language, but we do need to refer to what we're talking about. So anybody have any discussion about those 3 elements? I agree that really the detailed processes are spelled out in the manual and referred to in the rule. Although things like the fee structure, I believe, go in the rule. Things like timelines should go in the rule. But the overall details of, for instance, dispute resolution should be referred to in the manual rather than spelled out in the rule. Discussion?
I do not see any hands raised.
Okay. All right. So while I may not get to it by the 13th, but certainly, I'll review this again, and then in the meeting on the 16th, we can have more discussion about that because we really do need to kind of like move forward with a plan on how to draft a revised rule so that the commission has something to move into a formal process and try and determine what the timeline is for that. But let's move on from there.
Kevin, Cray, I see a chat from you. Did you have a question?
No, sorry. I meant to send that to someone else specifically.
Okay. All right. No worries. So Arthur, I can call up the definitions of distributed generation and distributed energy resources that we received in the comment if you'd like to do that next.
Yeah, that's fine.
There you go.
So we have essentially 4 alternatives. That one is drawn from existing PRC code, and this is in the renewable energy rule. That has it's really about renewable distributed generation, but by and large, it kind of like sets out what the commission perceives as what's important for that rule. The question is this really appropriate for what we're looking at? And I think in particular, definitely the reference to renewable energy is limiting in this sense, in that we might have DG interconnections from wind turbines or geothermal heat pumps that are renewable, but we might have small generators that are not renewable as long as they're allowed under our emissions profile. So I'm just inclined to not accept the current definition that's used for a different rule in this one, but just wanted to show you the basis of it. Right? There's also a limit of essentially output on those facilities, and that is largely having to do with net energy metering and the relationship between the renewable portfolio standard. So again, that's not something that is particularly in accordance with what we're looking for, although it does reference the interconnection rules. So there's that. Our colleague at the Energy Minerals Natural Resources has proposed a DOE-based definition of DER, which is generation resources, distributed energy storage, demand response, energy efficiency, electric vehicles that are connected to the distribution power grid. This is more of a listing of not a definition so much, but as a what would be included in DER. And that's useful in that it kind of like, specifies, but it may be limiting in that it doesn't include everything. The joint industry offered something a little bit more technical, which is a distributed energy resource, a source of electric power that is not directly connected to the bulk power system. DER includes both generators and energy storage technologies capable of exporting active power to an EPS, which would require us defining EPS. An interconnection system or supplemental DER device that is necessary for compliance with the standard is part of a DER. The DER includes customer interconnection facilities, but shall not include the area EPS operators interconnection facilities. Okay, so that is possibly a little more than we need for the definition in the rule, but it might go into the manual. So I'm willing to kind of try and understand that a little bit more. And then finally, NexAmp just gives us electricity producing resources under or controllable loads, that may be a misstatement, that are connected to a local distribution system or connected to a host facility within the local distribution system and are rated at less than 20 megawatts, which is, we're really looking at 10 megawatts for this interconnection rule. But anyway, so those are those. So I think that the SEIA industry definition needs some explanation from that. So I know Sarah Bartholomew helped organize the filing there, but Stephen Rimshaw was probably the one who helped do the definition on this. So somebody from that group can explain why this definition makes sense within our context.
Hi, Arthur. Morning. I added this and it came from another, I think it came from the Minnesota Interconnect Manual, and I actually edited out some of the things. So it was just something to put in there, a placeholder.
Okay, it includes elements that we haven't really talked about or defined otherwise, so that's a little problematic for me.
Yeah,
is there a way to simplify it?
Yeah, we can clean it up for sure.
Okay, and then we have two basic. What strikes me is that we could combine the NexAmp and the MNerd definition and kind of like have something more fleshed out. Does anybody want to talk to that? Do we have a representative from NexAmp here?
Didn't see Jen on. Jen, are you on?
No. All right, that would be my proposal. Would be to restructure this as NexAmp statement, change it to 10 megawatts for the purposes of this, and then add the DOE, and then use that as one alternative. And then if the industry group wants to provide a simplified version of what you have here, then we can have them as alternative definitions and let the commission determine which one.
When do you want us to get that back to you?
Well, we had requested that definitions be given to us today, and that's difficult. So let's say by next week, by the 16th, and any changes to definitions should come in before the let's say the 15th, so that we can discuss them then. And this will hold true for any definitional changes, because we actually got quite a number of them in the comments.
We can do that. Thanks.
Is that all right? Okay, and I see that Commissioner Hall has said that she likes the combination of NexAmp and DOE, but we'll at least kind of raise that as one of the primary alternatives, if that's okay. Anybody from the utility side want to comment on the definition here? We didn't get any other proposals. Okay, hearing none, let's move on to the next. Okay, this is where it gets a little, not confusing, but where I have to pull up a bunch of different documents. And as I said, I'm going to hold the definitions discussion until after we go through the main body and the technical things. I will note right now, Margie, I'm going to pull up the version of the report that I began to edit by putting in the not controversial things.
Okay.
Right. All right. And this is in a kind of changes visions. So as a rule, if the suggested changes had to do with corrections of typos and maybe inserting a word that just doesn't change the thing, and putting in people's positions on things that had not been expressed or maybe were mischaracterized. I just made those changes, right? So there were a couple of elements here, and we'll come back to this as we go through the discussion of the technical things, but we did have comments from the utilities that they felt that there really was not consensus on application timelines on the utility reporting requirements. And so we changed that. There was a little bit of confusion as to how to address the capacity levels, where we had some elements that, based on our discussions, we perceived as consensus items, and with one that was not consensus, and that. But we're just going to have to go through that. I will point out that having non-consensus is a little problematic, in that now the decision on what to do about those items is going to go to the commission. We're not going to be spending our time here trying to reach agreement, right? What the point of the report is does it accurately represent the discussions that we've had and the positions of parties, okay? And one of the first things that you're going to see in the next version is a executive summary of what it has, and in that I go into a little bit of discussion about what consensus means for us. I know that there was a suggestion that consensus should be redefined as generally acceptable. but that's not really how we're going to go about it. What we have is that we have areas that, based on the discussion and on the polling, people have agreed to with minor revisions, and the opportunity to make those minor revisions or edits comes in the form of the comments to this document. And that it just is not, let's say, productive to say, well, I didn't agree with everything in the report, so I'm not going to agree with the report. What we really care about is, does the report accurately represent the discussions and the positions of parties? And we've done our best to give everyone the opportunity to state positions, to include position statements in either the body of the report or in the annex documents, right, which provide the background for what the report summarizes. And then it goes to the commission. And so I perceive that, aside from getting the report, the commission will get a list of decisions that it has to make, and they will be based on those areas of non-consensus, right? So that's kind of how I'm going about it, unless anybody has an issue with that that you want to raise right now. No. Okay. There were a few things, and I think that probably I'd like to start with the industry subgroup document, because it was both short and specific as the changes that were suggested. And I'll just point out. So I'm going to go down through the list of things and note that there are corrections, right? And you'll see in the both in the kind of the all markup version that you'll be getting, right? There are lines on the outside of the line numbers that point to where a change has been made, so it stands out a little bit, right? And again, these are essentially non-controversial comments that I've taken and tried to correct. So on going to the industry subgroup, the first thing that they point out is on line 1. Oh yeah, let me talk about this. I had included this from line 148, which is a recommendation of, about the relationship with the community solar project. And I'm going to delete this. This I've considered as not really appropriate in terms of this is my recommendation rather than the group's recommendations. So this is going to get deleted. So don't worry about this in particular, because it will go into what I present the commission in terms of decisions that they need to make. But I believe that this is not really appropriate for this report. Okay, line 184, and if the industry group can help me here, they wanted to insert a rather lengthy statement after the term given distribution line, which is here on line 84. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but it's the middle line in this paragraph that begins on 182 and goes to 186. And I'm just going to read this. Allow for interconnection of non-exporting systems, enabling a customer to choose to interconnect within existing grid capacity and not incur delays due to distribution upgrades at a location where interconnection of an exporting system might otherwise require distribution system upgrades. That's a lot of words, and it has a big implication here. So can somebody speak to this proposed addition, and also it will require breaking the sentence into two to do that. So Steve, Tayoko, Sarah, anybody in particular?
I can't remember this. I don't think I made this edit, but I do know that the purpose of non-exporting systems is to address issues exactly like this, where they're on closed circuits. So I'm not sure what you're raising as an
Well,
issue.
one, is it necessary to add that here, since this is kind of developed more fully in the technical discussion about non-exporting, because it does seem to kind of like muddy the meaning of this, right? It may seem like it's more specific, but it makes it a lot more confusing to follow, at least in my mind.
Well, you're suggesting that it could be better written, but the main point around these summaries is to cover sort of the purpose, and I can't think of how that would.
Well, this is a scope. We're just talking about what we were addressing here,
Mhm,
rather than
sure.
trying to define it. So that's the question: is it really necessary to have that big long sentence after this if this says what it is that the issue is?
It is one of the most serious issues that we're facing, and was the prompting for this whole rewrite of the interconnect manual. So I don't know how to guard something like this from being disclosed at this level. So yeah, maybe we could improve the way it's written.
Okay, so let me suggest that you revisit that addition. It's going to be a separate sentence and say, the reason this is important is, and then tell me why it's important, and then we'll insert that here. But leave
Okay.
the actual technical discussion to the portion of the report that addresses that.
Okay.
Because again, this is scope, right? These are some essentially kind of like what our marching orders were, and it's okay to have a statement in there about why it's important. But I just felt that I didn't get that. All right, I just had a whole lot of words that made me more confused.
Fair. Okay.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Thanks.
We're going to ask for clarifying sentence about why this is in scope. Okay? Thank you. All right, we made changes to the UL 1741, corrected in terms of which one we're referring to. I do want to just reference, because it's not really a change, but we do reference in line 269 and 271, the various subgroups, and that while there was a manual revision subgroup, the actual work product that we saw in terms of a draft did not represent the input of the three parties who had volunteered from outside the utility group. So I'm not quite sure how to deal with that yet, except to offer those three individuals the opportunity to be the first respondents to what the utilities have provided to us at the time that we do that.
Arthur, this
Yes.
is Frank. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can we go back to that non-export? Because I want to make a, forever speak now, forever hold your peace type of thing.
Right.
That on the feeder capacity. That is not the case. If we have on these restrictive feeders, if we have non-export customers on these feeders, we will throw the feeder into thermal overload. That is on the proponent of loss of load on those feeders. So I just want to say in those feeders that we can't have that happen. So I'm just speaking up on that.
Okay, again,
But
read the sentence. What we're talking about is that we recognize that changes have happened in technology and that they can allow for non-exporting or limited exporting systems that can conserve or limit the need for hosting capacity or physical upgrades on a given distribution line. Okay, that is a simple factual statement that says that
no, it
the
isn't.
world that we're
No,
in now.
Arthur, that's not right. That's incorrect. If we go and we put zero feedback customer on one of those 19 feeders, it will go into thermal overload. We can't even lose load because there's so much generation on those feeders. So let me get that straight. That's an incorrect statement. And I want to make that clear. We've been trying to make that clear to you and in our remarks too.
But what about
So
the
I
other
just want to state
96%? What about the other 96%? Right?
That's okay. That's okay. But on those 19 feeders, we can't lose the load. And even our distribution planners even explain that. And I don't think it's getting the point across to you guys. So I'm just speaking up now. So that is an incorrect statement.
I don't see how it's an incorrect statement because it says that it can conserve, is that there's a possibility here. We're not saying that it does or will or in every circumstance. What we're saying is that these
Then
things
it
have
needs
a
to
promise.
say in some circumstance, but not in all, not in totality. Then
Okay, you want to
in some
make that
circumstance.
proposal in some
Yes,
circumstances. Okay,
correct.
okay.
Thank
We
you.
can, in some, if nobody has an objection to that, then that's what we would put in.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, so back to the revision. That would be my suggestion, is that these three individuals and anybody else that wants to join will definitely be participating in the next revisiting of what the manual looks like. And I think that I'm going to have to confer with Commissioner Hall as to what that process ought to be, given the fact that we're not going to have it done in time for this report. I'll just say that. We did make the changes in terms of subtracting people who were not involved in some things and adding Jim Desjardins in the couple of areas where he did actually. We have this one on the utility reporting requirements group, and unless I hear otherwise, I am just going to delete everybody after Jim and note that the utilities have proposed an alternate proposal for utility reporting that was forwarded by SPS and EPE. Is that acceptable to people?
Arthur, I have the names of the two participants from El Paso Electric, and I'd be happy to forward them. They did participate, and so I think, just in my opinion, they should be listed.
No,
Yeah.
Art, I mean, we actually second your request to remove their names because they were only listening and they really didn't participate in providing proposals. They were more just to collect information. And so there was not really a subgroup. So yeah, we respectfully request that they be removed.
I'm good either way. I just want
Yeah.
to recognize that we had 4 meetings, and I believe that all 4, they were both present. Maybe one of them, only one was present. So whatever is felt appropriate, but I mean, I'm just stating the fact.
Okay, I am gonna make a call here that that we will delete the names from the utilities and just include a statement that the utilities have proposed an alternative to what was proposed in this subgroup, all right, and discussed at length by the working group. But I'm not gonna choose sides here. I'm just gonna make that note.
Sure.
Okay. We did not really get very many other comments on the background issues here, for which I'm grateful. Um, I'm going to go to line 449 on the industry group. Which is in definition. So we're going to come back to that. And by and large, the only other next issue, we're going to go to line 528, just to point out that what was proposed by the industry group here was a long reference to UL 1741 CRD, which just strikes me as not really appropriate in this place, right? Because it comes into the operating profile definition. And what was supplied here by the industry group is more of a footnote that explains something. And this may not be the best place for the footnote. It may be in the technical discussion about the CRD, which I know occurs later on in the thing. So if people are okay with that, that's how I'm going to treat it. Okay. Largely jumping to some additions, and we're going to jump down to 837 here. And this is in the discussion of the cost allocation principles. We had some changes overall in terms of additions of support and or not support, right? So I made those changes in the appropriate place. For instance, largely it was the addition of kind of a unified position by CCSA, CERIA, and Sunrun on several of these, and an opposition statement from the utilities that had previously not expressed an opinion. So that's represented in here. What is of importance is that the industry red line that they proposed had what they call reflections. And our intent is to treat those as positions and to insert them as in the context here. For instance, if there's a reflection on line 837, the numbers don't really add up here. Generally, it would go in this area here in which we're discussing what these alternatives look like, and then if there was a quote-unquote reflection or position forwarded by the group or the utility, then we'll add it in here. There were a couple of places where pros and cons needed to be kind of refined a little bit. I'm inclined to make the general statement that, for instance, the utilities, when we talked about the rate basing here, did not necessarily see that as a benefit. So, that's kind of I would like to understand that position, but we will for sure make a reference to that. So, like for instance, down here on 949, ensures that the costs are controlled through rate-based oversight. We perceive that as a pro based on what we were given from the group, but it says here the utilities may not see rate-based decisions as a positive. I think you're going to have to explain that position as we go forward. Okay, there are a lot of issues that fall into the technical discussion, but what I'd like to do is go back and clean up these areas that are before the technical discussion before we get into them. And so if that's okay, I'm going to move from the industry position and take up Nexamp next. And let me just see if they have something that falls into this. Go back, we have the distributed energy resources. and a few of these. So I'm going to just talk through Nexamp's numbers and go back now to 452. All right, before I do that, anybody have any questions about what I discussed? This is not pretty. I recognize that. And, you know, Margie is taking really good notes so that we don't get lost along the way. And so I make sure that I don't miss anything that we've talked about here. So, oh, this is a definitional issue. All right, so we'll come back to that. 661. 740 absent. 740. Okay, and this is in the application timeline here. So on line 741, there is a reference to 742, absent extraordinary circumstances. And there was some suggested language from Nexamp that complements what is here. What we have on this document is utility shall complete and issue a full interconnection system impact study and facilities report within 60 business days after execution of a detailed study agreement. Nexamp recommends adding utility will make a good faith effort to complete work within 60 days. Should the utility fail to meet 60 business day deadline, utility and customers shall come to a written agreement as to extended deadline no later than 20 business days after the date of the written agreement. Okay. Does anybody have a problem with that? It seems that it gives a little bit more flexibility. And it is instead of the blue line here. Somebody wants to talk?
Yeah, this is Roberto from El Paso. One thing that I mean we're asking for is that we need to provide the notification, not to get to a written agreement, but and provide the justification for it. FERC, they allow us to do that, and because sometimes we may not be able to get the other party's written agreement, but it may be necessary due to many circumstances, like too many projects at the same time being studied. So I think it sort of needs to match what the FERC allows the utilities, that depending on the timelines, the demand, if we have a justifiable need to extend it, we will provide that in writing without having to secure that mutual agreement, which sometimes is not easy to obtain.
Well, the onus is on both parties to reach an agreement. We don't have Nexamp here with us. Do you have any problems with the language that they're seeking to add?
Yes, I do have a problem with the mutually agreeable time, because the onus is on the utility. It's the one performing the studies.
Can I hear from somebody in the industry about this? Because again, we're trying to make this so that it is a collaborative between the utility and the applicant, without the utility just throwing things into limbo without any explanation or understanding of when things happen.
I'm sorry, Art, I didn't, I believe I said that it will be with proper justification for it.
Okay.
Yes, it's not a utility throwing things into limbo. It has to justify as to why it needs to extend it. That's always the case. The utility cannot just make unilateral decisions. It has to have a valid, reason why it's extending it beyond the 60 days. And now it'll provide that information to the customer. If the customer
can you provide a sentence in the next edit that says to that effect, and we will treat this as alternative 1 and alternative 2?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
I believe we enter that into the manual itself, but yeah.
Okay.
I'll provide that
Yeah,
one.
we had the same issue on line 777, which is mutually agreeable. So at least note that both on lines 740-ish and 777, we have that issue. Now, I'm sorry that Eric is not here. We have all these sections in blue that we're not fully agreed to, but we didn't really get comments on them. So, I mean, my implication is that in the next version, I am going to unblue them, basically. That if it's in blue here as additions and deletions, but if we did not get specific comments on them, I'm just going to accept them in the next version. Does anybody have a problem?
So Art,
Yeah.
Art, this is Leon Viveros with PNM. We have submitted our comments to those lines that are in blue.
Right. I haven't gotten to you guys
considered?
yet. Yeah, I haven't gotten to you yet.
Okay.
Right. Well, I'm just going to say if there were no comments, then I'm going to deal with that. And okay, so 740, 777 need a little bit of refinement language, and we will treat Nexamp as Alt 1, and then language from EPE or the utilities, Alt 2, dealing with mutually agreeable. Is that mutually agreeable to everybody? Okay.
I think we're going to
go ahead.
I think we're going to refer to our comments. So I know you're trying to do something here, but we're going to refer to our comments per this latest report. So I've referred to that. Thank you.
Okay. One problem with that will be that when you get another version of this report, the line numbers are all going to be different.
Okay, so we're going to look at a second remark after this. I thought maybe I'm unclear.
Yeah,
the last one was the final report.
Nexamp, right? After I go through Nexamp, I'm going to turn to PNM's comments, and then that maybe we'll address some of these given these line numbers. But I'm just saying that the next version of the report document is necessarily going to have significant changes in the line numbers. So while it may end up seeming like duplicate work, that I'm hoping to address these now and make sure that they get included there if you've made a proposal as a position that's different from what we have before us. But this is the messiness of going through a document like this with multiple comments, because I can't make those changes now. And it's really going to take another round of comment to solidify where we are.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to jump ahead to the cost sharing portion of this, and there were just a couple of minor comments from Nexamp in terms of their support that we'll make sure is in there. 1093 has a question about, well, this is a dispute resolution. No, this is the reporting requirements. I'm going to come back to the reporting requirements because that is more technical. So that's what I have from Nexamp. Turning now to PNM, and I'm sorry that my version of PNM's report is really tiny print. So we're going to go up to 397. There was a request to include in the proposals and updates production meter be installed for all generators, customer generation disconnects for all generators, contingency screening, which limits feeder capacity to real-world conditions. This really strikes me as introducing new elements into what we've talked about. So while you're on the line, tell me why you want to make these additions and exactly where do you want to make these additions, because it's not lining up with the numbers. It says page 17, line 397, which is in the proposals and options, where,
Oh,
right, these are definitions. So what do you mean by requiring production meters?
well, we want to put production meters in all generators. In the previous NEM, it was 10 kW and less. They didn't need production meters. So since on the new rewrite, we want production meters.
Okay, it just doesn't seem to me that this is the place where you would make that proposal, and we haven't had that discussion. So why are you bringing this up now?
Well, if we're rewriting the NEM, I mean, is this going to be phase 2? Or
There will be a
part of
phase
it? Because it is.
2.
Okay, so I'm just putting that as, I mean, you have all these other proposals. Why not put that in that we're
Well, we
proposing
spent
that?
the last 4 months working through these proposals. Why should I add something at the last minute that we haven't discussed? I mean, that's the quandary that I have.
Well, you're adding proposals right now. Why can't we add them in there?
Well,
I mean,
one you
what's
have
the
bullet
difference?
points. One you have bullet points, and we have no discussion about it. And it doesn't seem like it goes
Well,
in
let's
the
discuss that.
definitions section. It doesn't go in the
Let's discuss
definitions
it.
section, right? So what I need is an actual proposal, right?
Okay. I'm just trying to be comprehensive, Art. That's all.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but there is this difficulty in which we have spent a lot of time talking about these things.
Art, let me know when you want me to submit them, at what time, and I can do that.
Well, you're going to get another version of this, but if you want to submit it on the 15th when we have definition changes proposed, then we could do that. But you need to tell me where you think it should go, because we need to have discussion about these things. This is not, at the last minute, you just kind of like raise new issues that nobody has had a chance to digest. It's just not fair.
Well, Art, this is a very time-consuming, and I think it should take up to a year and a half, because this is a very intricate process. I think, my own personal opinion, I think it's very short. I think other utilities are taking much longer to develop screening processes and definitions. This is very complicated. So it's just my thought, but I'm amend to working. Thank you.
Okay. This is another definition.
In Art, well,
yeah, go ahead.
Notes, I do have a comment. EPE also made in its responses the proposal to really extend this further out, the manual and some of the rulemaking, because it does take a long time and it's getting quite involved and complicated. Can that be reflected in the notes to the commission that usually other states have taken 2 to 3 years to complete?
Is Commissioner Hall on the call?
Art, I don't think we have her.
Okay. All right. You can make that proposal, right? But that would not be my recommendation, right? Because one is that have done this process in order to benefit from the experience of other states and to identify the major issues and to bring to the commission a sense of what can be done in the time frame that we were directed to do it in. Okay, I didn't make up this time frame. It was based on recommendations and on drawing on the experience of Minnesota for a first phase, recognizing that places that went first took a lot longer to reach agreement on some of these issues. So you can certainly make a recommendation, and I think that yours asked for a 6-month process to revise the manual. I'm not quite sure that the commission's going to give you that long. But that's not my call, right? I will be making a recommendation on kind of how to proceed, but I would certainly want to, kind of like allow everybody else to make a recommendation on how to proceed as well. Okay. The next set of comments we're going to revisit when we get to the definitions. So jumping to 634. Pre-application report area. And there's a comment on line 622. Again, I'm not quite sure if this is exactly lining up with my numbering. And PNM's comment is mapping would have to be updated to show export, non-export projects, which we are not capable of currently. Okay. Where are you referring this? Because I'm not seeing that on line 622 necessarily. We have aggregate queued capacity that shows a particular proposed site. Is this where you're making that comment? PNM?
Hello, Art. It wasn't
Yeah.
really clear what you're asking. Can you please repeat yourself?
Well,
Thank
I
you.
have a comment in PNM's comments that supposedly refer to line 622 through 626. And it says mapping would have to be updated to show export, non-export projects, which we are not capable of doing currently. I don't know what to do with that statement, all right? We had a lot of discussion about this in terms of a pre-application report. The position that Eric took was that this was a consensus item, right? And now you're adding something in that doesn't really kind of fit. So tell me why it fits and what we do about it.
Okay. Well, Art, I was just thinking, this is Frank, I was thinking, what is aggregated capacity? What are you generalizing it versus import and non-export and limited export? What is that based on? I don't think we've established what is aggregated capacity? Is that including all exported generation or excluding limited export? What is that? Can you answer that?
Have we defined
Maybe I'm
it?
unclear. I don't know. That's what I wanted to know.
Okay, somebody from the industry help me out here with what might be meant by this. Jim?
Sure. Thank you, Arthur. Quite honestly, from a technical standpoint, I'm not really able to speak to that. What I can speak to is on this particular document, we had, I believe, and this was earlier in the workshop process, 4 meetings, and I believe all the IOUs were present. I believe from PNM was Andrea Contreras, and the only person that actually had any a difference of opinion was someone from the industry group who offered some different fee structures, but there was no issue on any of these, as I recall. And this was taken directly from an IRAC document that was provided to me.
Well,
by the commission.
Excuse me, but all right. So if we're going to do these kind of proposals for information, does that mean that we exclude anyone that has no export? Is that expelled from the list? Or, I mean, what are we talking about as far as aggregated capacity? So do you want a list of non-exported personnel? Or, I mean, these are nuances that have to be explained. And so that's, with answering that, I mean, I would have to go back and see so that means that we would have to actually, how we do it is we map it, and then we would have a different mapping signal. We'd have to summate on that, on each feeder, and depending if you wanted it or not, would it be in default if we didn't list it? And what is exactly aggregated generation? Is it the proposed, I can have a 100 kW system that only exports out 10 kW? Do I put that's only 10 kW, or do I put it 100 kW? How does it relate to hosting capability? These are things that have not been thought out, and we're going through with this, and I don't know what to say.
Well, I mean,
so
if I might say, I think it was thought out because we did meet 4 times for approximately an hour, so there was some thought put into this. And again, let me just finish.
Then enlighten me. Enlighten me. What would you report then?
Okay. Well,
enlighten me.
Frank, we both know I don't have that technical knowledge, but let me just say a couple of things. First of all, again, we did spend a fair amount of time going over this document, and this document was from IRAC, and I have to think that they spent a fair amount of time on this document. But in terms of defining aggregate capacity, and excuse my ignorance, but it sounds more like a definition. And let's not get too far to the weeds in this. If there's a specific definition of a term, let's deal with that separately, as opposed to throw out the whole document because we don't understand a definition on a specific term.
Okay, now just reading the words, to me that aggregate existing generation capacity interconnected to a substation is the sum of all of the projects that are connected there. Aggregate queued generating capacity is the sum of all the projects that want to be interconnected there. Why is that posing a problem?
Wait. Is that nameplate rating, or is that because you have some proposed terms in there that says that the generation capacity is just what's generated across the point of common coupling and should only be considered. So are we going to have another total nameplate capacity summation on a feeder, or generation capacity across the point of common coupling? What is relevant? What is important?
That is addressed in another part of the report, and it is an issue of what do we mean by nameplate capacity?
Yeah. So we'll talk about this later. I'll move on. I don't want to. Yeah. We'll ask for clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
Roberto has his hand up.
Roberto?
Yes, I just wanted to provide a little bit of feedback to everybody on how this pre-application came to exist. This was, it's identified on the IREC, but the IREC took it from FERC SCHIP, in a ruling they did in 2014, where they identify this aggregate capacity as the megawatt, the nameplate of the facility being connected to a specific substation, for instance. So it is, let's say if you have a 5 and a 3 and a 10, then it's the aggregate capacity that's connected to the substation will be 18 megawatts. And you just have to report the nameplate. We don't have to go beyond that. It is just, this whole pre-application report was meant to provide the requester with a good comprehensive idea, but not a totally accurate, but a comprehensive idea of what is it they're going to be facing if they chose to connect to that one specific point. So that's the background behind all this when it was created in 2014.
Okay, do you feel that we need to have a definition of aggregate capacity?
I think we can add it in there, but I think it's just being generic, as we say, providing the nameplate of the facilities connected to that substation will suffice. I don't think we need to go into the intricacies of export or non-export, because that will complicate things for everybody. Us, the utility, and the reviewer. So I think this is just an informational document that somebody will know. What is it that they can expect if they try to connect to this point? The real details will come out once you apply and do a real study and assessment on it. And the pre-application report is not meant to do that.
Right. Matt Hagan?
Yeah, I'll just add to what Roberto said and add that IREC model makes some specifications when referring to aggregate capacity. Sometimes it says aggregate capacity that's capable of exporting energy. It's really more, they make those specifications more in the screening criteria. They don't specify anything in the pre-app reports, which I don't know if we need to define it. It kind of up for interpretation, I guess. How we interpreted it from the utility perspective is just a nameplate. Because to Frank's point, like we don't track like facilities that are capable of export or not capable of export either. Like from our perspective, it's like it does it generate in parallel or not, and if it does, we're counting it in the aggregate capacity. So if the industry group disagrees with that interpretation, maybe we do need to define it, but that's how we're currently interpreting it.
Okay, so what do I do about this? It doesn't get into mapping. It doesn't really get into this. It seems to me that most people have an understanding of what those words mean, but we might need a definition. But
Art, to be complete, I'd suggest we add a definition for aggregated capacity, since we have a definition for available capacity, and if it's being used and interpreted by lay audience, I suggest we put an aggregated capacity definition in.
okay. All right, 6:35. PNM had a comment on this, and what it says in the report, and again, taken from IREC, is number of and rating of protective devices, number and type of voltage regulating devices between the proposed site and the substation area. PNM's comment is that they don't have a complete schedule of rate settings for every recloser, and it would take time to re-inventory all settings on 500 feeders. Frank? Do you have to redo all the settings, survey all the settings in order to provide this information?
If that's what it's saying, it wants the regulator settings. If they want, that's what it's stipulating in there. I'm taking it literally, yeah.
Okay, but this is not all 500. This is a particular feeder that is subject to that particular interconnection request.
But we have 500 feeders that can have interconnection requests. So if you were looking for a pre-app or a listing, then we would have to do that. So that was my clarification.
Okay. All right, what I'm going to propose is that PNM provide its position on this. While we had considered consensus, it may require some additional comments to understand it for the commission, but we're not going to resolve that here. Again, I'm a little taken aback that these issues that we've discussed several times over the course of this process are now being raised as either objections or obstacles, and that to me is not, to use the term, in good faith. But we are very keenly aware that there are reliability considerations, and we have to make sure that they are addressed. So has anybody got a problem with that? Okay, again, an area of time frames, which were a matter of consensus, is that PNM wants on line 681, PNM wants up to 15 days for behind the meter pre-applications up to 1 megawatt. Again, why are you introducing this now when we had agreement, consensus on 10 business days? It's really line 683.
Because right now we have probably over 1,100 applications to do in 10 days to review. So it's preponderant on how many applications you come, like a bubble. So we're finding that we're getting a lot more that we have to process. In the past, the volume wasn't as much. We could reach that. But now it's basically we can get 200 or whatever a day, and so that gets a little hard to process through. So we recommend 15 days.
Okay. We note that there was not unanimous consensus, but we note that one participant supported shorter time frames. So I will add in here on line 688, that PNM wants 15 days, not 10. Will that cover it?
Thank you.
Okay. Now the next issue here is recognizing that a pre-application report is a snapshot in time, but it has to be good for some time. What's wrong with 24 hours? I mean, do you think that it's going to instantly change from when you tell the applicant?
Yeah. Yes, we've actually had that. We've had like a customer call. We usually give them free of charge. Yeah, there's a transformer that's this size. And then 5 minutes later, another person who's technically screened has attached a PV on it and decremented the capacity of the transformer.
So why wouldn't your review take into account the fact that there was somebody else ahead in line?
Because we don't know. It's not, we don't have
What do you
all
mean you
viewing
don't know?
eyes
You've
and power
already been through that. You're
no,
obviously doing the analysis.
There's another technical screening. I'm on one, he's on the other one. We've had that happen before. I mean, this is just on the volume of interconnections. You don't know all same. You don't know number 559 is on the same transformer as number 438. I don't see how
I don't
you
understand
get to know
why
that.
not. I don't understand why not. You
Well,
got the same people doing the analysis.
oh, so are you saying that we should? Are you saying that we should know 1,000 people where they are on transformers, and if ones are coupled instantaneously?
I think that if you have a process where you're processing applications, you should know who's in front of the next application. And if that's going to change your situation, you would take that into account when you're doing your analysis. I may be wrong here, but that makes sense to me that you would know. Does anybody else want to weigh in on this? Because, I'm not the one that's doing the analysis.
In our screening process, in our screening process, we do run into situations, as Frank mentioned, where there's several of us working through these projects, right? And the way the process is set up, we're not able to see if somebody else already connected a project onto that transformer until it gets mapped. So that is where we're going with this whole pre-application process. We don't mind doing it, but it's not gonna really do anything for the developers, because the penetration we're seeing changes and makes the grid dynamic. So they just have to be aware of that. That's all we're saying. It provides really no value to them, but a brief snapshot in time. Thank you.
Okay. I'm inclined to just add that since this is already recognized that is not unanimous, but one participant supports guaranteeing accuracy of 24 hours after completion of the report, whereas the utilities believe that give me wording, right? Tell me what you want to say here.
It's a snapshot in time at this particular moment, and that's what it is exactly. And
okay.
And let me explain something too, also, if I can. And I have nothing against that. But we have a lot of solar providers that go door to door, and we often get a conglomerate of interconnections on one block, and they might submit it at different times, and it's just, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just what happens.
Okay. All right. I think that that's reflected here in that it says that this is a snapshot in time and accuracy cannot be guaranteed past the time of completion of a report. Right? That is the basic statement. And then the next statement about 24 hours is that somebody wants to a guarantee of 24 hours. So that's going to be a decision that the commission makes, is do you put some kind of guarantee or believe the utilities that a guarantee is not something that can be given.
Correct.
Okay, then I don't see a reason to change this.
Right. 24 hours, we can't guarantee it. We just can't.
Okay. All right. Looks to me like we have, again, some more questions about timing, and we're looking at line 711 basically. And while it says 10 days here, PNM wants 15 days. Again, all we can do is reflect that. but by and large, we had discussion about this, and it's noted that it was raised in May and discussed in as recently as August. I guess I'm just having a hard time why 10 days and 15 days makes that big of a difference. So somebody tell me why.
It does, because in some cases we're looking at applications that have ESS and other type of systems. Those are more complex to study. You know, so to say that we can screen these applications in the same time frames is not proper. That's why we're asking for more time, because while a simple PV interconnection might take, 1 hour to study, a PV plus ESS might take 2 hours to study. When we have to go back, it's new technology, and we have to go through the manuals to understand what it is that we're interconnecting. Thank you.
Okay, can I hear from the industry? Anybody?
Hey, this is Stephen with Sunrun. I mean,
Yeah, Steve.
so we're just talking 10 to 15 day change. I mean, I think 10 is pretty consistent with a lot of jurisdictions. I just get concerned with processes getting drawn out. I understand challenges with dealing with interconnection volume. At the same time, these processes get quite slow, and I sure wish going solar was like buying a car or any other product, where you could buy your product and use it instead of just being stuck in this waiting process. So I understand the concerns. All these days matter on both sides. I think I'd welcome any other local industry input on this that is better experience, but I think 10 days is reasonable and consistent. The majority of places.
Hi, Arthur. Jim Desjardins here.
Yeah, Jim.
With RIA. I pretty much agree with Stephen, especially if it's consistent with what's going on in other jurisdictions. And one of the things that we're hoping to accomplish here is to make it easier to get solar and to have less barriers and have a shorter time frame for people to get it. And so if anything, for those reasons, I think we would want to stick with 10. I understand P&M's concerns, and obviously they should be noted, but I think the industry wants to stick with 10.
All right, so this is
Arthur,
going to
Kevin,
be a
kind of piling on, I think.
utilities want one set of numbers and the industry wants another set of numbers. You're going to have to, when the time comes in terms of comments to the commission, you're going to have to make your case. And is that consistent throughout all of these? We have several references to 10 or 15 business days here.
And Arthur, just a quick question. It's my understanding that on this particular piece here, there was a perception that there was a consensus at 10. Is that correct, or?
Well, in some of these, there is back and forth on this, and I know that Eric worked very hard to try and get consensus.
Right.
And that is what's reflected here from our latest discussion. But if it's not, I mean, we can't have a 5-day difference scuttle the entire process here. We need to put it on the table as a choice. And the industry group is representing that 10 days is reasonable, and the utility is representing that they need 15. Matt?
Yeah, sorry. I guess I'm getting lost in what
Yeah, I
we're.
am too.
Are we talking about 10 versus 15 days on the completeness review, or the screens, or the interconnection agreement?
It looks like we got the completeness review was the first where this came up, but we also have a back and forth in terms of initial review. We haven't gotten to dates.
Well,
of
there's
supplemental review.
There's two timelines in the initial review. There's 15 days to actually complete the review, and then there's 10 days to provide the interconnection agreement if it passes initial review. So I guess I'm confused what the back and forth is on.
Well, right now the back and forth, we started on the completeness review.
Okay.
Right, so this is line 711. And what I'm seeing is that there are a number of places below this in which PNM is also saying this is not going to work. Okay, and I'm presuming that they're talking about the timeline. And that would be in line 721, right, which there are dates. So I'm feeling stuck here, and I need to know what the alternatives are for these sections.
So
right? Is it that the utilities are proposing that wherever it says 10, we change it to 15? Is that the proposal?
So Arthur, I think it's Margie. I think we need to look, the SPS comments had some comments about timelines as well. And it's hard to look at them all at the same time, but I think we need to go through this section and pull the comments from each of the comment materials we got. It doesn't sound like we're going to be able to reach consensus now. So we should just list the options that have been suggested by the commenters, I think.
Okay, and so this holds for essentially wherever we have timelines that, right, yeah, in the section from 711 through 738. All right, so we will come back to this. Moving on to 740, an even greater disagreement on facilities review. The 60 business days was what seemed to be agreed to in our discussions, and now PNM is saying that they need 6 months. All right, I don't understand that. Why do you need 6 months?
I think this was discussed initially by the Sandia expert, Art, where, as penetration happens, the studies and reviews that we have to do get more complex. And he did mention the 6-month timeline. This is where that comes from. Thank you. Just takes more time for us to study what's happening on the grid as more interconnections happen.
Yes, and correct, and also on the supplementals too. As it becomes more aggregated, the studies are becoming more complex. They're not getting easier. It's just the nature of interconnections.
Jim, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, Arthur, I'm sorry, I just want to go back to the last discussion, just for clarity. Yeah. Is it PNM that has the issue with 10 days, or is it all the utilities? Because I'm sensing that I'm hearing PNM, but then I'm hearing you say the utility. So I think it's an important distinction. Is it all the utilities or all the IOUs or just P&M?
Well, we'll have to hear from SPS and EPE on that.
SPS had provided comments, but it does not reflect this discussion. I think we have some other things when we get to our turn, but I wouldn't say that everything that's been stated is our position on this.
I also want to interject. This is Frank. I want to interject that we're actually at a higher penetration rate than EPE. Nothing against EPE or SPS, but we're at a different circumstance at a higher penetration. So they will probably be at our penetration maybe sometime soon and fill this volume and ability to get through it on a longer duration to process. It is just the nature of how many applications we are receiving. So we're probably at a different state. Thank you.
Kevin?
I think just in response to some of Frank's comments, I mean, maybe you're at a higher penetration here, but, you know, I mean, Excel has hundreds of thousands of applications in Colorado and interconnected lots of megawatts. You know, if you look at other states across the country, you know, there are states with significantly higher penetration in solar that are sticking to these standard timeframes, if not shorter timeframes that we've seen adopted in other interconnection proceedings. So I guess I would just put a plug to, you know, let's try to stick with the normal national standards as much as we can and not create something that's unique for New Mexico. I think that just makes sense. And consistency is always nice. Thanks.
Okay, I think that this is just going to have to again be an issue where there is flexibility here, is that if the utility feels that it cannot meet these timeframes, that they contact the applicant and reach an agreement, right? And I am a little bit troubled that we're trying to leave that flexibility in here, and then I hear from others that, oh no, we can't always reach the applicant, and so a mutually agreeable change is not appropriate. I'm sorry, that really just does not make sense to me. I mean, we can put that in and reflect the conversation, but honestly, it's a hard sell. Right? If we're trying to give you the flexibility, but then you're saying that, oh no, we can't do that.
Why don't you just adopt the FERC language?
Well, nobody put the FERC language here as a proposal.
Yeah, I mean, we put it in the manual, but I'll reflect it here. Maybe
well, and you know, again, this is, you know, here we are at the end of the process, and you're trying to change things.
No. That was always our position. I'm sorry, I apologize, but that's always been our position. We have never changed. We didn't feel that was properly reflected in this document, but that has been EPE's position, that we always wanted to follow the FERC process for this, and the 60 days, I mean, we want to be true to the FERC process because we only want to have a single process. And but that was our recommendation from the beginning. And we still, I mean, stand by that decision.
Hey, Brolin?
Yeah, I'll just again go back to Kevin's comments that in many other jurisdictions, the dates that were thought to have been agreed upon are in fact the timelines that are used.
Okay, so this whole section on application timelines and a supplemental review, system impact study, and all that. We're going to accept this as what's in the report here with the minor changes that have been made as the industry position, and we will insert a alternative which is the utility position. And Roberto, you're telling me that you want that to reflect the FERC SGIP language. So I'll need a write-up of that language to insert here for the commission to decide.
And that will be the proposal we have in there on our manual itself.
Yeah, well, can you
reference to that.
extract that and then send it in?
Yes, we'll go ahead and put that in there.
Okay. So that will be, is that acceptable to everybody, that we essentially will have everything that's written here cleaned up as the industry position on timelines, and then insert an alternative that is proposed by the utilities with the different dates that reflect the FERC SGIP?
In our, I mean, I want to speak only for EPE. That's what EPE is proposing. I don't want.
Well, it sounds like it's consistent with what PNM wants. Can you talk to each other and decide whether you have a unified position or not? And if there are variations, then we'll have alternative 3. But I'm going to tell you that when the commission looks over positions, is that a unified position is in a better position of strength than each utility wanting to do something different. And that's just from experience, is that, you know, when a hearing officer or administrative law judge is looking at things, they're going to be looking for a unified approach, not picking and choosing among different proposals. Okay? Jim, you have your hand raised?
Let me just add, let me be clear on this for the notes. So Roberto, is the information that you've drafted in your manual draft on timelines, has that been agreed to by the 3 utilities that were part of the manual draft team? I guess I should ask PNM and SPS. Is that consensus on timelines or not?
No, it was not consensus.
It was not.
Okay. So if, Arthur, would you like to give a date to receive this before?
The 15th.
Yeah, okay,
15th,
September 15th.
we will put a placeholder in the next version of the report that goes out on the 13th, but look to fill it in.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, Arthur, I think you called on me, and I just want to say, while we have this document open, so it seems, I think the industry is going to want to add something to the effect of consistent with what is done in other states, so that we establish that we are trying to, do what is typical and normal in other places. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a place for that? We don't really have a background here. We'll try and make note of that somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pass through this timeline. The next big section is cost allocation options, but we are at 11:32 and we have a break scheduled, and I need one. So let's come back at 11:45 and then move forward with the continued discussion from PNM, although there really isn't that much more here after this until we get to the more technical stuff. And then we have SPSs to deal with in it. Okay, see you at 11:45. Okay, everybody, it is 11:46 and we're going to resume. What I see is, I'm going to share my screen again. There we go. That the next section is the cost allocation, but PNN didn't have any comments on it. And so we're just going to skip that for now. I know that SPS had some positions that it wanted to make sure happened, but we will return and see that. I think I already noted the one that there's a difference of opinion about whether dealing things through rate cases is pro or con. It's not for me to decide. It is a mechanism that is provided for in the grid modernization bill. And so I would expect that the commission will decide when and how to use that.
And so, Art, while you're on this, let me just pause and recognize that Eric mentioned that the rural electric co-ops had not yet stated which, if any, of these cost allocation proposals they were supportive of. And I see Kevin and David on the line. I don't know that we need to do this now, but within the next week, if you have a position regarding the variety of proposals that are in the cost option allocation section, it would be good to know the co-op's position on this topic.
Yeah, I'll just, so that everybody knows, if you don't know, is that the rural co-ops, the commission does not have rate setting jurisdiction over the rural co-ops, except in the grandest of senses, which is that they are semi-autonomous in terms of deciding what kind of rates to impose on people. And so I'm not sure that this section would really apply to them.
Okay.
Unless they chose to. Yeah, because, I mean, it's like what we're talking about is how you spread the costs.
Right.
And none of the proposals are spreading the costs to the entire state through taxation. It would be to other classes of ratepayers or as a territory-wide thing. That's my understanding of things. Anybody have a different point of view on that? I just don't think that the co-ops are really, that this is relevant to them.
So I think, Kevin, you did make a statement to this topic in your comments. That's why I'm asking about it.
And the basic position from the rural co-ops, if I remember correctly, is that they don't want to veer from the cost causation model that is standard.
Great. Okay.
That may be their choice. I mean, it's okay. There were just one comment on dispute resolution here in PNM, and we're going to go to line 1043. And I'm not seeing what they're referring to. There was above this a request from Eric in the body for some clarifying information, subgroup narrative about what you took from each and what you considered to be the most relevant or applicable. We did not see this. So if we don't get anything on this, I'm just going to essentially delete from methods on, if that's okay with everybody. Unless somebody wants to raise an issue right now. I know, and this goes back to our very beginnings of discussion, so maybe just was not reflected in the documents that we had. So that's how I'm going to deal with that. PNM has a question on 1043. It says on the proposal, PNM will need to identify who the representative to make decisions for dispute resolutions would be. Do I have to do something about that? Or is that just a point of information?
I think that was a point of information.
Okay. All right, 1055, 1056. It says here, ensuring that a qualified representative is available to handle disputes may require additional resources and/or responsibility for the existing engineers or whomever is deemed a qualifying rep. Yeah, again, point of information. We're
Yes.
looking at this in reference to the existing rule, which says that the commission should appoint essentially a mediator, and that's never happened to our understanding. And so we were looking for other ways to deal with this. So we had a long discussion about qualified technical representative, and I think that the result of that was that if you're going to send an engineer, I should have an engineer. If you're going to send a lawyer, I should have a lawyer. We prefer technical expertise in resolving these issues, but I don't see how we're going to kind of like fill this out anymore at this point. Is that okay? Hearing none. The next session is a point of contention, and it is non-consensus. So basically, as with the timelines issue, we're going to have two different proposals. And what is written here represents the output from the utility reporting group that Jim Desjardins ended up being. And the utilities have alternative proposals that are in the manual revision in one case, and PNM has a different list here. So tell me how to deal with this. Are we going to have 4 different proposals with 3 different proposals from each of the utilities, or have you landed on one?
Art,
go ahead.
Art, this is Frank. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, we talked to EPE, and that we're using the same proposal at EPE as far as information.
Yeah, no.
We agree to that. EPE's so that's what we put in, and exactly what EPE put down for the data on a website.
Okay.
For.
Okay, and Roberto, you're going to confirm that?
Yes, actually, and I think, it's almost exact to the one SPS with one additional, we removed one of the items in there with the cost per part. But I think we, all 3 utilities, and I'll let Matt chime in. We agree on the proposal we put in the manual. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is SPS, and we agreed with that change. That item on the cost part was that proposal was actually taken from our proposal in Minnesota, and that was specific to Minnesota that we need to have that. So doesn't really apply to New Mexico. So we were okay with that. So I think we're aligned.
I'm sorry, what am I looking at? What line am I looking at?
It's not in this one. It's
okay.
The one in the addendum, I think. Line 1063 or 1064 SPS proposal and addendum.
Okay, we'll get to that, I guess. So what I'm looking at in terms of the PNM, it's really just a bullet point, a bullet list that says this report shall include facility capacity, DER type, date of application submittal, date application deemed complete, date of disposition of applicable milestones, initial review, supplemental review, system impact study, facility study, interconnection agreement executed, permission to operate data, and number of pre-application reports requested. Now, a narrative of how the process is going. Now, it strikes me that this is data per application, whereas what we're looking for in the reporting requirements as spelled out by IREC is essentially aggregate information, right? How many reports were requested? How many were issued, withdrawn? What is the average time of processing reports rather than that? So I see a difference in intent in terms of what these reports to the commission do, and I need to resolve that. I mean, the commission will need to resolve that. And so, Jim, since you were the person that pulled together the IREX stuff, do you have a way of looking at this that can help me understand why an aggregate report is a better way of going than a whole bunch of individual reports that may not provide aggregate information? Or anybody, I mean, it could be.
Well, just real briefly, I don't have a specific opinion on that. Again, what we did, I did, was just take the document from IREC and then we tweaked it a little bit. It seemed like a good document. I'm certainly not an expert on utility reporting requirements, but it seemed to, in general, fit the need of what I think a utility should report on. I've noted before that one of the tweaks we made was just to have instead of having like medium, average, all these other different measurements, we just stuck with median to make it more simple.
Okay. All right, and then since the utilities have a unified position on that list of things, tell me why you're giving me a whole bunch of individual project information and not aggregate information.
Art, the information will be there, and if anybody wanted to dissect it in different ways, they can dissect it as they deem appropriate. I think the reporting requirements primarily meant to see or help the commission identify any potential issues, if there's any, or a series of complaints to follow up. But if there's none, I mean, it should just be a basic reporting document that provides information for the commission to see and really validate if there's issues that are coming up. But I mean, I don't think there's a need to really report more than that if, I mean, everything is working well. So that was the full intent. Keep the
Oh, you have such faith
simplicity.
that things working well. All right. All right. Again, I can't resolve this. We're just basically going to take the language, and so could you, again, as with the previous section on the timelines for the application process, pull out what you put in the manual and send that to me by Wednesday so that I can insert it, and we'll just have two alternatives.
So Art, I have it. It came out, our technical addendum from Eric that we put together. So I can,
Okay.
I will pull it together. I'll send it to the 3 utility reps to confirm that that is the latest. But
Okay, so we may be able to actually have that in the next version.
exactly. I can pull it out on the screen if you want to see it, but otherwise I have it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Margie. I appreciate that.
Sure.
3, all right, so we're not going to go into the specific details on that. We're moving into the IEEE 1547 adoption, which was not especially controversial. And then we get into the technical stuff. So I'm going to stop on PNM right now because we're moving into the other issues. And mostly we just had comments rather than actual proposals. So
Roberto, do you have your hand up?
Let me take it down, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
okay. All right. It strikes me that Excel's mostly dealing with definitional things and the difference between the S-chip and the IREC model. So we're going to just bounce back to an earlier portion of this. That in section 2.2, SPS asked that there be a reference to This had to do with interaction with the Community Solar Act, that there be a reference to a motion that was filed. I don't see a problem with that. It would probably be a footnote, since the commission has not acted upon it. This section should recognize the difficulty of amending interconnection rule concurrently with the community solar rulemaking. Well, yeah, that's what we have. So yes, it is difficult, but that's what we're dealing with. Line 263, all right. Some changes on who's participating, that's fine. Okay, line 285 and 289, let's jump down there. $289. There was SPS disagrees with the statement the rule and manual documents adopted by New Mexico largely mirrored corresponding blah blah blah. This it says that there is no fast track. They offer different language, which is to read the rule and manual documents adopted by New Mexico at that time are largely based on FERC Order 2006 issued in 2005, which standardized small generator interconnection procedures and agreements with broad consensus and agreement in the industry for generating facilities no larger than 20 megawatts. That's just a statement of fact. I'm happy to change it to that unless somebody has some kind of difference of opinion. But if not, I'll just essentially put that in yellow and note that that will change. Similarly, in line 353 going down, we have in a description of the SGIP and IREC models. We did make some changes that were suggested. One of them was dropping the reference to 100 kV and above. I'll just say that I put that in there because my understanding was that FERC's reliability jurisdiction is for 100 kV and above, but there are sub-transmission facilities that can be subject to FERC rate-making authority. Is this sufficient to just delete the 100 kV and above to address the concern that you had? Because what you have instead is really complicated and really not relevant to this discussion right now. Who's representing SPS? Matt?
Yeah, so I guess we were saying that it's a little bit misleading that it is just for interconnections to transmission, but the process is also for distribution interconnections. Like it has specifications from 4 kV up to 69 kV.
Okay, so tell me how to resolve this language in a simpler way.
Let me read through our comments here. We recommended removing from what do we have? Oh, I'm reading the wrong line. Sorry.
Right. I think you had suggested that we take out and interconnect it to the utility high voltage transmission network.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. That's what we suggested.
So how is that sufficient, right? To make the distinction here without going into all the details of Order 2006?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. So we'll just delete that. Anybody got a problem with deleting it? And again, thank you for these kind of corrections to make it more accurate. I appreciate it. Okay. I've got FERC Order 2006 right here in front of me. Again, line 359 regarding the pre-application review process, and there was discussion here about various, when I looked at the order, I mean, there is a table and it's actually quite detailed in terms of different voltages and different fast track eligibilities. What is the simplest way that we can describe this for people without getting into trouble? Line 359, the rules have been revised several times. Most significant came in 729 for pre-application review process period. Revisions to thresholds, since there had been some thresholds in the previous version, I don't have to specify them. Is that sufficient? Going once? Going twice?
Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
I think the fast track process was already present in 2006 too. That made it sound like the Order 792 implemented fast track, but it was already present in
Right.
In 2006. So,
but they did revise the thresholds in 2006, so that's how I changed it.
What thresholds did they revise?
Yeah, well, they had this table here that was new, which was fast
Oh,
track
yeah,
eligibility
you're right.
inverter based.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah. I read that wrong. You're right.
Okay, do you think it benefits if I put in a footnote to that particular page of the order, if people want more information? Are you on mute again?
No. I don't know if it's needed. I mean, I'm familiar enough with SGIP. But.
Right. Well, does anybody else feel a need for a footnote? I mean, this is really just background information, but I want to make it accurate. We do like accuracy.
No. Sure. How about we put a footnote and move on?
Okay. We're going to put a footnote. Footnote to table in order 2006, page 61, section 3, page 61. Okay. All right. So here's this whole issue about using the IREC model manual. SPS still wants to use SGIP. What we decided, and it was agreed to by Roberto, and Roberto, correct me, is that we just decided to use the structure of the IREC model, right? And that, as will be noted in the executive summary, that not all components of IREC are being adopted, and that it goes back and forth. Some are more appropriate, some SGIP are more appropriate. So I'm not quite sure what else to change here that would make it any more accurate. Is there something in particular that SPS would want to say about this?
Well, we proposed red lines in there. I didn't realize that that Roberto agreed to use the IREC model manual structure.
Yes, structure.
But SPS still would have rather used the SGIP structure. But basically, this paragraph implies that the use of the IREC structure was a consensus, though, and I don't feel like it was for the utilities. So maybe just adding that last line in there that utilities stakeholders did not agree that IREC model structure should be used, so that it was a non-consensus item.
Okay, so we're going to say some utilities do not agree. Okay, go ahead, Roberto.
Yeah, I wanted to say that we also favor the S-chip, but I mean, when we had the discussion, you mentioned that I mean, it was preferred to accommodate the developers to start with the IREC. I mean, but we also favor starting with the S-chip. But we said we'll make the necessary changes to the IREC. So, I mean, I don't know how to reflect that part in there, but our preference was also to use the S-chip. But we started the IREC to accommodate everybody as you requested, but not because I mean, it was our preference. So because well, you're going to see on the manual itself, it provides so many changes in there that we thought it was one way or the other, we will make the necessary changes on the IREC model to reflect more of the S-chip. And that's what the position we took.
All right, I will do my best to reflect this, but basically, yeah, it is it just strikes me that I looked through S-chip and I just saw all these references to the organized markets and that were not relevant and would have to come out, and that made it a lot more confusing. Whereas the IREC model was really geared towards the situation that New Mexico is generally in, recognizing the SBS is part of an RTO through the power pool. But if we can live with that, you can make your points going to the commission when we have different alternatives for what the manual actually looks like.
Art, would you say that line 390, in part because FERC's emphasis on organized market interactions, would entail far greater editing effort? Would you agree that that's an opinion and not a statement of fact?
I can end the sentence at structure.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
I think it's a true statement. I wouldn't have said it if I didn't think it was true.
Yes, and P&M, we wanted to separate behind the meter and in front of the meter queues and processes. That's our standpoint, and that's what we reflected in our comments.
Yeah, I think that comes up later. I didn't see that as a necessity here, unless you feel that that is a integral component of comparing IREC and S-chip.
Well, and we talked about this, is that you know, I think there's a distinction with in front of the meter. They have a longer tendency to renew their contracts and construction times. And once you coordinate that with behind the meter, I think that could stand to have some kind of a stagnant flow as far as on the distribution feeder. So that really hasn't been explained. I know as things get more saturated, there's going to be probably a need for a construction timeline of all interconnections, to be fair, so as not to gain capacity on the feeder. And so that's what I was thinking with this whole behind the meter, in front of the meter type of arrangement. We have different installation times, which I think is not fair across the board of all interconnecting entities. But that's for further talk.
Yeah, that may be true, but I'm not seeing how it's relevant to this particular section, which is making general comparisons between FERC S-chip and the IREC model. Unless I'm missing something.
Well, if you're mixing both of them, you have to keep in line for first in, first out, and appropriations of who's interconnecting to the grid, the distribution first. That's always been sort of
matters as well.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not seeing how to deal with that here, and I'm not really seeing that that's really relevant to this. I mean, it is a consideration, but in this, we're still in the background section that's describing differences between the models that you're not telling me how that's relevant.
So in the behind the meters, we were prompting for, because we know we're going to hit saturation, and we had this with a high rec rate, is that there were people applying for applications and taking up capacity, usually with a higher rec, and so essentially I could see when feeders get to near saturation, they might just be applying for.
But how does that refer to
capacity?
the difference in the model between what SCHIP does and what IREC does? That's the issue that we're dealing with right now. We have technical issues that you're talking about that probably are considerations that have to be taken into account as you're going through your interconnection process. But what we're talking about is which outline are we using? Right? Are we using the SCHIP outline or are we using the IREC outline?
Okay, SCHIP outline. Yes, correct. We don't like the IREC. And according to our departments, we want to separate that in front of the meter and behind the meter.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to set that aside and find the appropriate place to make that, because as I said, is that not all elements of IREC are being adopted, and there are revisions that reflect what the SCHIP is that are being proposed, and the commission will make a decision on that.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I just will point out, and this actually goes to EPE, I think you made a misunderstanding of what regarding the model manual 16 sets of questions. Again, we had this discussion at the very beginning of our process, and Jackie from MNerd helped lead a group that answered those questions, which included all the utilities. It is not a matter of consensus, although we did poll and everybody was okay with it. So I'm not quite sure why you would want to treat this as a non-consensus issue. I think you were misunderstanding this to represent the report as a whole as a non-consensus issue. But I didn't hear any objections to the document that we've included as background that answers the 16 questions from IREC. So please enlighten me if somehow I'm misunderstanding what your statement was. And this was particularly in EPEs.
EPE said something on the 16
Yeah.
questions?
Well, what it said was in reference to this.
Annex I.
Yeah, it is Annex I. And the report should not be a first stop resource. So I'm using the term first stop resource here to the IREC manual, right? And the question here is, and you're pointing to, actually, you're pointing to something that is now taken out of the recommendations. I dropped that section of recommended actions. So I may have misread your thing as referring to the IREC questions and not to the report as a whole.
Yeah, we were just making the comment on the report should not be taken as the first start of the creation of the rule.
Well, that's the whole point of the report. I mean, what are we doing here?
Because, well, the whole thing, it's art, and it is not properly reflected, is that there's so many more disagreements that the report is showing. And that those require proper vetting, and we're asking for time, and so these things can be properly discussed. So what we're saying is that sometimes we chose not to continue arguing a point, but we made our position in an initial discussion, and we just didn't keep pondering on it. That was our primary points. And that shouldn't be taken as consensus.
Again, the report is to reflect the discussion and try and characterize the different parties' positions, right? And recognizing that not all issues were agreed upon. So you're just throwing a big boulder in front of our progress here by saying that. I just don't understand why you're doing that.
What we're saying, Art, is we have reached many agreements, but there's details that need to really be vetted, because those are going to be the meaningful details that need to go into the rule, and those require more time. And it's not enough time in this report to really reflect those positions. And we didn't have the proper people even to involve them in there. So that's all we're saying. We're not trying to throw a bigger boulder than it is. We're just putting caution in there that we shouldn't start from here as this is the place where everybody agrees, and we'll just clean up a couple of other points. I think it's going to merit more discussion, and I mean, and that will be reflected down the line. I mean, and that's why we're asking for more time. So I'm not trying to make it bigger either, but I'm not trying to make light of some of the disagreements we have identified in the report. So we're just reserving some of our positions for later. But we have agreements in many places, and I don't want to minimize that either.
Okay. All right. It's really time to move on to the more technical and possibly even more contentious issues, but we are skipping over the definitions for the moment. I'm wondering if we're even going to get to them. But we went through the pre-application process. We're going to have an alternative that talks about the timelines, section 3.3. That is how that's going. We talked about cost allocations. Go ahead, Matt.
Can we go back up to line 734?
Sure.
Or I guess it's 736 in your copy. So that doesn't reflect the red lines that we proposed in that August 16th.
I'm sorry, having some interference. Can everybody who's not talking mute themselves?
So that section from 736 to 740, I don't think that reflects the red lines that were made in the August 16th proposal that was referenced above.
Proposal.
In 709.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Okay.
So there were some red lines.
There was a separate. Yeah, I don't have that in front of me. I'm sorry.
So it was just redlining 20 days to 30 business days.
Okay.
And changing qualifies for fast track interconnection to may be interconnected safely and reliably.
This is in if one. Is that a one?
Yes. So
yeah, if one, the generation facility qualifies for fast track interconnection. So you want to change that to maybe interconnected safely and reliably?
Yeah.
Does anybody have a problem with that? Does this somehow somehow reduce the universe of entities or expand the universe of entities?
All right, this is Leon, and I do have a comment, and I just want to make sure that our comments, because we did also have a comment on that that section, P&M, that those are also reflected, because we didn't. It seemed like when it was our turn, we skipped over a lot of our comments. So just want to make sure that you do have them and that they are included. I wouldn't want to go back, but I do want to make sure that they're in there.
Well, forgive me, it is difficult to balance all of these documents, and I'm trying to make sure that we cover it. We do have, there was discussion about the absent extraordinary circumstances. I have that PNM wants 6 months rather than 60 business days. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I was referring to on 732 meeting, the 20-day supplemental time frame is not reasonable, and reviews will exceed the allotted. And there's several of these that when it was our turn, or you went through our comments, that we didn't really see that were brought up. We just want to make sure that they will be in the document for review. Thank you.
Right. Well, this whole issue of timeframes is getting an alternate proposal to what is here, and so that's where they would be reflected, as long as you make sure that they're reflected there. This whole section from 710 to 796 appears to be subject to a alternate proposal from the utilities. That's what we agreed to.
Yeah, and PNM submitted the comments with regards to those.
Okay, can you make sure that those are reflected in what we get from the utility next week? The utilities? Again,
Okay.
this is talk among yourselves and come up with a unified proposal. Okay. All right. We're going to skip over the.
Wait, Arthur,
Yeah,
sorry. Back up to 734. So what I'm saying is, like, this is not accurately representing what we submitted on August 16th. And
Right.
that section needs to be changed. Okay.
I got that. Well, it's not going to get changed. It's going to have that that you proposed 30 days instead of 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Timelines, we've been through that. Cost allocation option. In line 824 here, which is in the statement of the principles, SPS wanted to include the word cost effective here. Does anybody have a problem with the words cost effective in 824? And where would I put the word cost effective? Cost effective interconnection.
That's correct.
So cost efficient utilization, equitably allocating necessary. I'm still not okay. So it's in here. Promote the cost-effective interconnection.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
Ed Brolin, are you still with us? Since this was your principal, we're going to okay. Insert 826. Insert cost-effective. Okay. Again, the changes that we had here are mostly positions, and to reflect that there's not a full belief that rate basing is the best way to go, but do that. Line 1808. That's a big jump. I've done on most of the little minor changes that were listed here. 1808. Is that correct? Sorry, I'm jumping ahead here. Don't look at your screen till I land there. Okay, this is, I don't want to lose it. 1808, I don't even have an 1808. Next steps. We're losing this part, 5.6 overall recommendations. We had in recommendations 1808 on cost allocation. Oh, that's why it's in here. Add the word scrutinize or explore at the beginning of the sentence on 1808. You want to just say explore cost allocation, not just say cost allocation? Is that what you're trying to get at?
I think it's the beginning of the sentence, proposal D, cost allocation options.
Yeah.
Or
explore proposal D?
maybe, I'm sorry, I'm covering for someone on this call.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out what they meant.
The lines here are different than the PDF. They're off by a couple.
Okay, that might be why I'm confused.
So I think 1808 in the PDF is the last sentence in that paragraph. If the commission determines that the working group would be an appropriate venue to continue to
explore. That's
explore.
right. To
Okay,
explore.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, we're missing a word. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep.
Sometimes the easiest fixes are the most confusing to try and describe. Insert, explore. Thank you for pointing that out. This is how closely people are reading this. All right. We talked about utility reporting. We talked about dispute resolution. We're going to jump to I'm okay with SPS's suggestions on the 1547 adoption paragraph, so we'll make those changes. We made changes to just the bullet point of on 1153. Let me just so that people know what I'm looking at. Which was, see these two bullet points here that still need determinations right through settings. Basically, we moved frequency response up to the ride through section and then settings for active voltage regulation. It took out frequency response there. That's an okay change. There was a longer discussion here, and I'm not quite sure what to do. It should be indicated that active voltage regulation should be inclusive of volt var and volt watt. Matt, is that really necessary to go into here? I mean, these are issues for phase 2.
Yeah, I think that's right. That would be in phase 2 anyways.
Okay. Since we don't really have discussions about those things, I recognize that it's important and different jurisdictions have different needs, right? So we will save that for phase 2. Okay, now we're getting into the more difficult things. So we're going to look at section 3, which is capacity levels and initial screens. And PNM had a fairly long add to level 2, line 1238, behind the meter interconnections. And I think that this gets to the point of that in front of the meter generation should go directly to supplemental review for dedicated study. I think it says here on line 1241. Were you looking for a change there? I'm not quite sure. Or is this with, you want to add that as well to level 3?
Who are you asking right now?
I'm asking you since these are SPS's comments.
Oh, I think we redlined supplemental review. Removed supplemental review from that 1241, but I don't know if
Okay.
it's necessary.
You just want to go directly to detailed study without
Yeah,
an
I don't think.
option for supplemental review, or shouldn't it
Right.
be
So
up to
yeah,
the
I don't.
utility to say what's necessary?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. The red line is necessary looking at now with the or distinction there.
Okay, we're going to step this then. All right. Line 1243 is much more complicated, and it says here fast track eligibility table, blah, blah, blah. I'm not quite sure where to put your comment here, which is that supplemental review eligibility table does not consider non-inverter based generation at all. Eric says that he has no problem with the change that you've suggested, which is non-exporting. I think it's a definitional thing here. Inadvertent export may occur. What do you want included here? Do you want your whole paragraph as included, or do you just want the language change that defines non-exporting system basically? And I'm sorry, I'm not even finding where it should go because the numbers don't line up. So what I'm seeing is a long explanation on under line 1243 in your comments, and then suggested language changes, line
I think there was a
1266.
Yeah, 12. I think that was supposed to be a different line. So the
1269.
1243, we were suggesting that table, the fast track eligibility table, is really just for inverter based well, it says they're inverter based systems, but it doesn't address non-inverter based systems, and that there should be, I guess in here it would be 1246, just a footnote that non-inverter based systems above 2 megawatts go directly to detailed study.
Study. Okay. Has anybody got a problem with that? I mean, Eric thought it was an okay change. Okay. And then the language of non-exporting systems here. Again, it's really kind of a definitional thing, but we had some specific references here, and you wanted to change, let's see, this screen proposed by 816, is this enough to address transients and power quality associated with non-export? That's a really detailed question, but you're looking to change it to say non-exporting system. If non-exporting system is not capable of inadvertent export, uses a protective element to prevent export, or uses a certified control method that includes certified fail-safe provisions, bypasses both aggregate generation screen and secondary rating screen. When mutually agreed fail-safe provisions are not provided within the control method, this is a lot of stuff here. Does what you are proposing address the question here? Is this enough to address transients and power quality associated? And does anybody have a problem with this change that SBS has suggested here?
The change isn't for addressing transients and power quality issues. I think it's an alternative to the 100% of peak load.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I can't resolve this right now. We're going to put in an alternative, which is your proposed alternative language. And that's reflected here in your comments,
Okay.
as I read. Okay.
Yep.
Alternative. And this is line 1269. Export, add SPS alternative description option. Okay, thank you. I think we also had similar.
I think we also added the definition of power quality to address what you have highlighted in yellow.
Okay,
The
the
proposed
question
interconnection.
is this the place for that? I mean, do we put power quality as a definition in the definition section? I'm a little confused here why we have definitions here, but.
Well, I think this would be a criteria for screening. I think
Okay.
I think it's the same thing that we have in Colorado, the same power quality screen that we have in Colorado.
Okay, Eric said that this is your process and he had no problems with it. Does anybody have a problem with a power quality screen?
For reference for everybody else, it's referring to the flicker requirements, voltage change and flicker requirements of IEEE standard 1453 and 1547.
Okay, and where's the place where we go in that, where we put that in?
It'd be underneath what you have highlighted in yellow. So between 1272 and 1270.
2 and 3, insert power quality.
And so Art, this is probably one you specifically would like the industry folks to look at and accept. And I realize it's hard because they don't have on the screen. All of these comments submitted by people are in the OneDrive folder. And so you'll see it in the revised version, but Eric asked specifically that the industry folks give a read to this power quality screen. He doesn't think there'd be any objection, but it's worth specifically asking. So I'll put that in the notes.
Okay. All right, similar to 1276, network system taking out less than, may not exceed, you're putting may not exceed smaller 50% network instantaneous minimum, taking out aggregate generation less than 50 kW. That was also okay with Eric. Is this is an add that you want to put in?
This is just a change of the wording. I think 2 weeks ago, Frank had an issue with the wording, the way that this was worded. So this was clarifying the wording, I guess.
Okay. I know it's a little difficult to ask people on the fly if this is acceptable, but it will be reflected in the next version. So do mark it and let us know if this is acceptable. Now, the whole next thing is we have references to 1303. This is in screen H4 for aggregate generation capacity, which I suppose we're going to have to define. But the question is that if we put what you've put in your comments as SPS's position, does that allow you to accept this as consensus? Is what Eric's comment was. Let me see if we have more. Oh, 43. Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back a little bit before we get there because there was something I skipped over. That 66. So I'm sorry, we're going to step back to proposal H2. That Eric asked that we actually kind of try and reach agreement, or that it's important to note that in 1266 non-export system. Okay, I think that we took what you proposed for the non-export system and are going to at least change the language to what you proposed. All right, so we've done that. Okay, sorry. Adding a new screen on 1269, which is power quality. We've got that. Accepting 1276. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Leon. On 1266,
yeah,
we are also asking that it be specified that this wouldn't work for those feeders that are at capacity. Non-export doesn't work on those feeders.
So he's looking at 1269, not 1266.
All right, I need language. If aggregate generation is less than 100% of peak load on the feeder, so is that at capacity? I mean, by definition, is that not at capacity? And SPS had proposed language which was network system passive certified inverter and aggregated generation is less than or may not exceed the smaller of 50% of network's instantaneous minimum load, and aggregate generation is less than 50 kW.
There is instances when we look at the line section on the feeder that pass these screens, but the feeders are at capacity.
Even if they're at 50%?
Correct. They fail the 15%, or sometimes they pass through the 15%, but the feeders are still at capacity.
Art, I think you read the network system screen, not the non-exporting system screen.
Okay. Possibly. Yeah, he didn't note that. All right, so I need languages to put in there so that people can respond to it.
Non-exporting systems would not be an appropriate solution on feeders at capacity or line sections.
All right, put it in a sentence and send it to me. And we'll fight about it another day. Okay, I want to make sure that we're actually addressing the most important comments here. Your comments on 1303, 1337, 1325.
I don't think we were proposing
1328.
I don't think we were proposing any changes with those. I think that was more stating our position on those subjects.
Okay, do you want your position reflected in the document? That's what Eric is suggesting here?
Yes.
Okay, then are you accepting them as consensus with your comments since no wording is being changed? Just so that we're clear.
I guess I'm not clear what I'm accepting.
Yeah, okay. says, put as SPS positions on these proposals, can SPS still accept them as consensus given their comments are included, but no wording is changed in the proposals? That's what Eric asked here.
Okay, consensus of the discussion that was
Yeah,
the
I mean, are you
discussion.
going to
Okay.
object to what's in the report
Oh,
if we
no.
put in your comments? Okay.
No.
So we're putting this as SPS position. Okay. All right. 1328. All right, that's all in here. So that's continuing to put in positions. Line 1330, you have SPS is confused by the industry group's position that the 15% screen does not align with current practices in New Mexico. The 15% screen is the third screen in Section 5, and the existing interconnection manual. SPS requests elaboration and background on this position. Okay, we have had a lot of conversation about this, and I think that I just warned the utilities is that for whatever reason, like it or not, the 15% in Commissioner Hall's mind has become an obstruction, and we asked for a different way to calculate what is the threshold, the trigger for deeper studies, and I'm not quite sure that this really gets at it, but what we had here was just a sentence that that tried to explain that 15% is where was that? Here. Line 1314 should be noted that 15% of circuit maximum load criteria does not necessarily result in rejected applications, but does cause applications to proceed to supplemental review and greater expense and timing. And I know that the industry group was challenging this as completely accurate. So is there a way to resolve this now? If not, I'm not quite sure what to do with it.
I guess I more disagreed with the words current practices. I don't know if we could adjust that verbiage to like aligns with interconnection goals in New Mexico, or
so this was in 1330.
Yes.
1333.
Yeah.
15% screen. All right, well, this is just the position of the industry group. So you can disagree with it, but this is their position. Does somebody from the industry group want to refine this at all? Or, current practices? I think the utilities are saying that, yeah, this is the current practice. Did you mean something different like current realities in New Mexico or current market demands in New Mexico? I'm struggling with how to deal with this.
This is Stephen. I think this originally stems from the discussion on, I think it was PNM's kitchen sink process or back office process. I mean, at some point there has to be reasonableness that if you hit a 15% screen that arguably has limited value, what do you do? So I would hope that, as the 15% screen is hit, it doesn't automatically trigger non-proactive processes and, shuffling of paper. But I think this not current practices was related to working group discussions that 15% screen didn't appear to be a hard and fast number for denial of an application.
Well, I'll be honest with you. That's what started this whole thing, right? Is that people were coming to the commission and saying we're getting rejected because we're not meeting this 15% screen, and the 15% screen is admittedly an arbitrary figure that is being supplanted in other jurisdictions with a more precise calculation of what really is available on the capacity. So I
think
don't
we
know
can
how to
change this current
resolve it.
practices are. I think we can change current practices if that's the tension. I mean, the industry group has offered a lot of proposals on how to move away from the 15% screen, and I really think we should be focusing on that. But the current practices, I think it relates back to the earlier discussions that there's a back office process that's been enabling interconnection for some groups, the systems, and then at some point the flags raised that these circuits are at saturation, thermal overload. I mean, yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where the rest of the discussion goes, because there's no way at 15% of peak you're anywhere close to thermal overload of feeders.
Okay.
So we really need clarity on what's going on. And I think a lot of the industry proposal is to create a path for that clarity so we can understand what's going on and be properly assessing the incremental impacts of new DERs, reflecting the impacts of existing DERs, and characterizing the circuits properly. And there seems to be a lot of discrepancies happening.
Okay. All right. Would it be accurate to change the language here on line 1333 to say the 15% screen is perceived as a barrier to interconnection, and just leave it at that?
Art, can I say?
Roberto?
I think that the 15%, it's not supposed to be a showstopper to anybody. It should only trigger supplemental review.
Right.
So, that has been somewhat, taken out of context. As a 50% is a showstopper. It isn't, and it should not deny anybody an application. The only thing that 15% screen does, it sends it to supplemental review.
Right. Yeah, and I think that we reflect that. I think what we're trying to get at here is to take out language that people are objecting to, and what I'm suggesting is that can the industry group accept a sentence that says the 15% screen is perceived as a barrier to interconnection, period, we need to develop.
Well, I'd say going to supplemental review, because a 15% screen is an absolute barrier, and that's what we've been trying to address over these months. So I think we can easily edit and change the specific wording. I don't think there's a problem with that, Arthur. If you want to take the liberties of proposing something, please go ahead. I believe we have another, quick turnaround at a next draft of the red line, but I would just take editorial rights so we can move on here.
So I'm just going to do a process check here. Any positions of groups, the editors are not at liberty to make wording changes. Those need to come straight from the groups with the positions. So Stephen, you're welcome to give us alternate wording, but I want to stay true to that process that we do not edit the positions of any particular group.
Okay, great. So I would just propose if we could flag this and let the industry address. I can't speak for the whole industry here.
Okay, please do.
Yeah, I'll clarify that I'll clarify that we didn't have a problem with your point of view, your position. It was just that wording that we were concerned of.
Okay.
Yeah, Arthur, real quick, I think we can work on the wording and get something a little more agreeable.
Okay. All right. That was all of those things that Eric had highlighted out of SPS. We're looking at section 310. We didn't have anything in particular on non-export, neither did SPS. Prospective paths to hosting capacity. I just want to reference that this is not for resolution at this point, that this is trying to reflect the discussions that we had on prospective paths. If you want, I can go through the specifics that SPS has noted here. Line 1467, benefit of minimize unnecessary upgrades need to be elaborated or removed from the report.
That's
now you can see
1470.
1470. Minimize necessary upgrades? Why is that? Why is understanding hosting capacity not related to minimizing unnecessary upgrades, right?
Well, I guess I'm confused how it identifies upgrades.
Well, if you have an understanding of hosting capacity, then you know when upgrades are necessary. So
Is that implying that the utility should be making upgrades if there is no hosting capacity? Or is it intended for developers to see when upgrades are required for them? I don't know if it's saying when or showing when upgrades are unnecessary.
I would I would think hosting capacity, this is Frank, I would think hosting capacity would be despite any upgrades. You know, this is, I think that's when you get the gray area, when you start saying, okay, well, if there's some minimal cost to interconnect, and then here we go with cost realization and all that stuff. So I would like to keep it simple. If there is, just on the subject is, no, this is what it is to interconnect without upgrades. It's as simple as that.
okay.
What SBS
Does
is saying,
anybody have an objection to eliminating this as a bullet point as a perceived benefit of hosting capacity?
Yeah, Arthur, okay. I think we might. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if you've run out of hosting capacity, you need to figure out how to get more capacity. And to not acknowledge that, I think, is a big deal.
well, SPS is saying it's kind of implying that hosting capacity information is more granular than the study process, because we identify what upgrades are necessary for interconnection of DER in the study process. So we don't understand how hosting capacity is somehow eliminating like upgrades that are unnecessary.
Okay. Can somebody provide a different statement of a benefit that has to do with upgrades? Otherwise, I am kind of inclined to delete it right now just because I don't see any way of resolving this. We still have 3 other benefits that seem to be acceptable. Okay, I'm going to flag it. And I'll just say that as with the previous, if you come up with a better, more refined, because I don't know where this came from. I'm just presuming that Eric took this from the documentation, from the discussions when you had these discussions.
So Art, before you go on to these, if you're going to talk more about the J proposals, we did have an issue on the screen, an alternate to screen P for level 1 screening, that we had an interdisciplinary proposal. Let me just share the agenda for today. We've got it. Let me go ahead and share for a moment. You can see, I'm going to stop yours for a moment and share. This is on line 1460 under the inadvertent export, and we had a proposal by the industry group because screen P was a reference to another document that's not addressed in our report or our draft documents. And so here was language, very simple language that replaces what was previously called screen P with a safety and reliability review. And so
what line are we at?
1460 in the original there. So this is in people's agenda, and Any comments on this?
Well, we have comments, but basically we're just going to include this as a alternate proposal to the existing language, yes? Or is this just
No,
an edit of that language?
It's just a replace for screen P, because we don't have a screen P anywhere in what we've ever described.
And what is a safety and reliability review?
Good question.
That would be your system review? That what goes into your system review?
Yeah, so it's screen P. I'd have to go back and look at Rule 21 and SGIP and compare, but screen P, if you drill in and look at what screen P is in California, which I believe some of the original language came from, it's the safety and reliability screen. So it's essentially just looking more broadly at the feeder, not taking into account a specific specified penetration such as 15%. But there is some language that we could dig up, but it's a bit of a catch-all to some degree. But we can definitely, I believe SGIP discusses it, and Rule 21 in California definitely does. So we just took the liberty of, since P wasn't defined anywhere, we incorporated more specific language of what the intent would be.
Right. Is it generally understood as to what safety and reliability reviews entail or where they come into play?
Within the screening process, you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, this is during the supplemental review, and it's incorporated here within the supplemental review as well, as I'm understanding it.
Okay. So for the utilities, during your supplemental review, do you do something to identify safety and reliability issues?
That is the purpose of the supplemental review.
Okay, then does anybody have any objection to this language? I think the objection would probably fall to the period of time, the 15 days, but that was a whole other issue. All right, hearing none, just to move on, we're going to add this. We're just going to add this, so we're going to add safety review language and let God sort it out. Okay, it's a little bit after 1 o'clock, and my head is a little bit confused here. We still had a bunch of issues in SPS's document. Matt, can you tell me, like, did these require changes? I'm mostly just looking at things that are essentially statements rather than language changes until we get down to 1510, which is...
Yeah, some of them were just statements of position. There were a couple of things that were dependent on the cost allocation method selected. It kind of implies that the utility would be making upgrades to increase hosting capacity, but that we don't do that based on our current cost causation approach. So like depending on the cost allocation method, that may be a true or more factual, I guess. So just things like that, just small changes like that. I don't know if we need to go through them all.
Okay, tell me what's the most important stuff here in your sections. Oh, God, we're going for pages and pages and pages here. Hosting capacity data, and that, again, we're not determining hosting capacity here. We're setting up a way of thinking about it for phase 2. I guess I'm just, I'm just not quite sure how much to change or if the changes are warranted, given that approach. We want to be true to your positions on things. So it looks like if I can jump to, where is this? It's really, there's a bunch of edits to essentially a description of,
There's line 1510, the positions by utility group
Yeah.
on proposal J1 that we had some edits to.
adding, utility may utilize tools to perform additional screening functions, blah, blah, blah. Does anybody have any objection to that? I mean, this seems like it's certainly within the utility's purview to do that, as long as everybody understands that that's part of the review. And we want to be more specific so that people do understand what the review is. So, you want to, anybody have an issue with that?
So to clarify, adding to the interconnection manual, a utility may utilize tools that perform screening functions using different methodology from that set out in the screens and supplemental review, as long as the analysis is aimed at preventing the same voltage, thermal, and protection limitations specified under the interconnection review, and otherwise complies with these procedures. And that's taken from Colorado rules.
Yeah, again, I have some problems with kind of adding substantive stuff here at this point in the process, since we're just trying to reflect the conversations that we've had. But if nobody has an objection to this, I would put it in the next version, and then you can comment on it.
Yeah, this is Stephen. I'm familiar with the language from Colorado. We haven't talked about some of the industry's proposals around hosting capacity and red lines and what the intent was there and what's going to be included in the manual. But I do think standardization is really important. So that language, just while I can understand the use of that language, it's where I'm just a little bit uncomfortable and unsure where all the utilities are in New Mexico. And I think there is a need for standardization. It just makes me a little concerned that it just, what is that standard? So that's my only concern. I'm familiar with the language and the intent.
Okay, so I guess I'm just going to have to say that we're going to add this as a position that SPS would like to add at line 1510. The numbers are all going to change. And just kind of insert this, and then people can comment further, or the commission can decide whether to accept this language. Is that acceptable?
Acceptable for us.
Okay. All right, a bunch of other things here. Comments on, it's wording languages. Remove the word "and stable." Most our solar interconnections do not. I think I'll take that one.
That one might have been on a industry group position, so we can skip over that one. I think you can skip down to lines 1706 through 1759.
Yeah, looking at it. Consolidate the reports. SPS recommends following changes to clarify and reduce repetition. Utilities group have put forward their own proposal, J3. All right. I would just like add that whole thing. SPS recommends the following changes. Unless you want to try and resolve it now, I think that there is something there that the industry group is going to have to read it and decide whether this actually does represent their position. But really the changes are, what we're getting at is deleting that in our focus, deleting that, deleting we just need to know what the developers are interested in seeing. That's, kind of extract. I think what you're doing here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, is just kind of like, just cleaning up the language a little bit rather than making any substantive change.
Yeah, kind of consolidating the report that maybe the stuff that I struck through maybe not be that relevant in this section.
Okay. Is anything new added here? I mean, because I'm okay with taking out. There's another big section, an effort to maintain the basis of consensus approach, blah, blah, blah. This is kind of nuts and boltsy stuff here. Does anybody have a problem with taking this out? Because again, we're not resolving these issues. We're just trying to reflect positions. So essentially, this section would end at hosting capacity data provided in maps is generally high-level information, blah, 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 to ending at collected directly from the party requesting the information and taking out the next two paragraphs.
Effectively, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Does everybody got a problem with that?
We aren't seeing the document art, so it's a little hard for me to follow.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's in the red line, we can definitely reflect on it and review.
Okay. Yeah, it will show up as deletions.
Yeah, a couple paragraphs being deleted without seeing it's just, this has been a long meeting, and I would need to see it.
Yeah, you're not the only one. All right, getting through that, the next is the proposed rule and manual revisions. SBS believes the revisions made in the manual subgroups still need work, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you can take that position. We're cutting out the next steps and recommendations that staff had put in. And then we have the whole annexes, but there really isn't anything there. The Q is not published. These are jumping back to previous. This is just explaining that you use Salesforce. I don't know. Is it okay if I don't do anything on this? We're looking at in the IREC model questions.
I think we just
add these.
We can just add annex so that the annex is as complete as possible.
Okay. Yeah, the line numbers are up. Okay, I need to reorganize my head before we move on. So can we take it's now 1:19. Can we come back at 1:30? Hearing no objections. See you in 11 minutes.
Come on.
I don't know where he is. His phone's on his desk.
It froze.
Oh, forget it.
There's the moose since he left.
All right. Okay, I'm going to try and share my screen again.
So Arthur, I'm going to try, as you're talking, I'm going to try to capture at the bottom of my agenda any of the specific actions that you're going to recommend so that we capture them real time.
Yeah, it's getting a little confusing here.
I know, right. I think together with the group, we can pull those together.
Okay, so I'm gonna beg everybody's forgiveness if something I miss, but we have another round of comments. I'm kind of gonna bounce between PNM's comments and a couple of the industry group comments that were pertinent to these technical sections. So going back to capacity level and initial review screens, there may be some that we already addressed through the SPS comments, and that's one of the hazards of trying to do it this way. So just point out, say, we already did this, right? That would be fine. So we're looking at line 1171, which has capacity levels in initial review screens. And we did talk a lot about this stuff. There were comments from PNM that wanted it to be noted that some things were not agreed to or were not decided. And those include distance from the substation, constituents, and pass-through interconnection. Hasn't been decided to account ESS as total capacity. It was not established in the workshop. A caveat would be if batteries receive charge from the grid or only PV system. This was not decided or noted. Please, somebody, this was not the parts of the conversation that I was leading or directly involved in. I think I would need a more narrative than these bullet points in order to have it make sense, but Do people agree that this stuff was not discussed or decided and that it's important to put in here? Unfortunately, I looked at PNM's purported red line and it doesn't have any red line changes, so I don't know if they sent us the wrong document, but I'm just not seeing an area here where there are additions or a narrative that describes this. So again, we're looking at line 11. Well, it would go into somewhere here, what participants agreed to, right? And then this essentially would be adding a couple of a sentence or two that says what was not agreed to per PNM's position. All right, is that clear? Is that understandable? Do I need to try and read those things again? Anybody awake?
Yeah, we're here.
This is
Go
Steve.
Yeah, this is Stephen. Yeah, I mean, I would, I don't know, right? I mean, yeah, I guess I would have to look at it. I mean, if there are exceptions, I guess it should be PNMs. I mean, it seems like in working group documents, there are areas, as there are in this, for dissenting opinions in a way. It just gets a little bit clunky and how you manage that. So I'm here, Arthur, following you. And I until we see some revised language, you know, it's hard to say. I think it just gets complicated, and I appreciate the efforts you guys are trying to do here. It's no easy feat.
It's not. Okay. So I guess I'm willing to add them in here. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, Frank.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to reference your line. What is it?
In your in PNM's comments,
okay,
it says underline
1171,
1173, and 1186. It talks about things that were not agreed to or not proposed here. And what I'm looking at is that would probably go in a sentence or two underneath the bullet points that are being shown here in terms of what had been agreed to.
I was thinking of making a statement of fact of 1170, or was it? Well, it's 1171 on mine, and yours is circuit voltage and distance from substation. Oop, it went off the screen.
So I'm calling up your comments, Frank, so everybody else can see them, and then Art, you can go back to sharing, but that way people can see what you're talking about.
Well, I didn't see anything about distance from substations in what's in the report. So I guess
it said circuit. I'm sorry, it said 11, and the report says circuit voltage and distance from substation should be taken into account for level 2. I said, oh, okay, so it hasn't been decided nor established what distance from the substation constitutes a pass-through interconnection. Currently, the proposed levels are basically non-consensus. So, I mean, it's just I guess this is up for discussion. It's up for discussion that there's a magical distance from a substation where you know, a certain entity can interconnect, and it hasn't been established. So, I'm just remarking to what was, you know, highlighted and put in this document. So, I was making a comment.
Okay, and then the next issue is.
Go ahead, Art.
ESS as a total capacity. I mean, this is the whole.
Correct.
The whole issue of, you know, yeah.
Yes, it hasn't been decided to count ESS as total capacity. It was not established in the workshop. It's, you know, and also in the definitions we can say that. So
okay.
And then and then, you know, other attributes. I'm just making comments on the document. You know, a certain caveat would be, you know, batteries receive charge from the grid, or if the PV system. You know, so those are nuances of, like, well, if you want it to not really affect the grid, you know, you take it from the power system, or if you're going to take it from the grid, then those are the nuances of, like, well, non-export doesn't hurt. Well, those, I think EPE and SPC would especially with their tariff-orientated interconnections actually stipulate something to that aspect. So those are the finer, granular things maybe we'll go over in phase 2, but I was just making remarks, stipulations.
Okay. I'm willing to put in a sentence or two here that says that while these things were noted, that these technical considerations were not resolved. And
that
put
sounds
that in
good.
there. So you're just going to have to look at it and make sure that I'm accurately representing what you say.
Okay, that sounds
All
good.
right.
Thank you, Art. I appreciate that.
Okay, not resolved. Okay.
Okay, you can go back to screen sharing. Sorry, Art, I thought people
Yeah, that's
could
okay.
see the comment. Go ahead.
Well, let's try it again here. No. Down, screen share. Up, going back and forth. We have like 8 documents open here. Okay. So moving on to, yeah, line 1219 says further discussions are ongoing, may require additional time. That almost goes without saying. I mean, we that's reflected that there's going to be some stuff here that's going to have to get resolved in the notice of proposed rulemaking process, because we don't have the time to resolve them here, and we've done our best to try and identify what those things are. I'm looking at this 1223 section. Everybody see this? It says we do not yet have definitions for initial review, supplemental review, and detailed study. These need to be proposed and adopted, but we need them high level without detailed contents, since we've not addressed the details of SR and DS in the working group. This seems to me problematic. Should we come back to this when we get to definitions, or can somebody try and provide a definition, a general definition of what these are that would go into the definitions? Not today, but by next week.
Hey, Arthur, I think we've got a lot of good examples from other markets that we could propose.
Okay, keep it simple. Okay. All right. All right, so the next set of comments has to do with minor modifications on line 1258. And I'm not quite sure exactly. I have certain things identified here where there were questions. The screen was proposed. We already talked about this. But we had minor modifications. Here we go. First, conduct a minor modifications review. And the question here was below 5,000. Something about 5,000, and why in line with the SCHIP recommendations when SCHIP refers to front of the meter systems. So that's a question here. Is this something that we can resolve easily?
And this is just. Can you hear me, Art?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is just like, okay, if they say, well, you passed completeness review, or I guess it's called initial review, the technical screening, and there's a minor modification that constitutes on us. If the estimate is a minor modification, I guess I read was if it was $5,000 or below, that constitutes it. But if this is more than 5,000, does that put us on the hook for the remaining amount, or what does what does that do? And then with our NSD, we would have to get an exact estimate. It won't be, or an exact price. It probably won't be an estimate, and that'll take some time between that. That's why I was just sort of getting. It's like they passed initial review, but there was a minor modification, and so. The minor modification is limited at 5,000. If it goes over 5,000, then what happens? It goes as a supplemental, or you know, or let's say it was 4,999. It happened to be 5,550. Does that remaining amount fall on us because it was over? You know, so I'm just trying to get some kind of an estimate or something, procedural thing. And then that seems like it's for expressively for behind the meter, not S-chip or not in front of the meter systems. I mean, and it's not explicitly saying that, you know, if it's for both processes. So it was just something that was coming to light that I was thinking of.
Is it
Devil in
something
the
that we
details,
can
right?
resolve? Is it something that you could provide language about? Is it something that we could reach agreement on? I'm just, you know, you raise a lot of issues that, you know, some of them are going to be important, but the question is, we did not really have big discussions about this, and so I'm just reluctant to add a whole bunch of stuff here at the last minute that hasn't been vetted.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just fearful that we're not extrapolating far enough where, you know, we're not, we agree to something and then we later on things morphed or changed. We say, well, we didn't exactly agree to that. So I'm just trying to be comprehensive in that.
Well, talk to Roberto. Roberto's position is even if I didn't say I objected to it, I might.
But yeah, it's just, and it's for everyone else to ponder too. You know, it's you know, just it seems everything looks good, and then when we start putting the rubber on the road, we're like, whoa, we hit something, you know. So it was just trying to bring it to light. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not inclined to make any changes here and just note them, but I can't really even put this as a position. I think that you're just going to have to keep this in your head and find the right time to introduce a way to resolve it.
It might be in
because we have bigger
2.
fish to fry. Yeah, we have bigger fish to fry. And that leads us to the next area.
And usually on the initial review, which you call on a technical screening, if there's any, that really constitutes a failure. So that's you know, but I guess under this new rule, if it's a minor modification, then it's somewhere in between a failure, but it's less than $5,000. So, you know, I don't really get the hint of that, you know.
Well, I don't know. I'll look for anybody that can give me a solid line of demarcation between a minor modification and a major modification, but we're not going to get there today.
Okay.
Hey, Arthur, it's Margie. I'm going to go back one more. We do have proposed definitions from NextAmp for detailed study and supplemental review.
Oh yeah,
so we can insert those. Yeah, from the.
Okay, we'll insert them and as a
possible.
Position,
okay.
People can.
Yep.
Right. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to jump to, again, we have this whole issue about defining non-export systems, and that we're going to do our best to deal with, but really there's a very serious issue here from this portion, which is the non-exporting and limited exporting systems, in which PNM wants to delete, right, the whole thing. And Eric notes that, well, this is the whole point, right, that requests are not always based on nameplate ratings. We need something here to replace the deleted lines if they get deleted. The deleted lines come directly from the Colorado language. Not sure how to make this change, and would need to get an industry response. So does anybody have a way of dealing with this? Because we did have a lot of conversation about this, and the best thing that I can do is to say that this is non-consensus on some element. Because Eric has this otherwise as consensus because he spent a lot of time wringing your arms to get you to agree. And now we have an issue of trying to delete a big section of it. So somebody tell me how to resolve this. And we're looking particularly at interconnection review level 1 based on the combination of on-site generation, rated nameplate capacity, and storage continuous output nameplate capacity.
How about if I pose this? Art, if I have a 10 kW system and a 500 kW battery system that's non-export, would you consider that a small or large? And would they be into the REC program, which basically says RECs produced and consumed on site? How would you do a contract? Is it a small, or would you consider that a large? If we go by nameplate rating, that's a large. If we go by the operational characteristics or what they want in the definition, it could be considered a small and gets net metering. If it's a large, then it doesn't get net metering. Well, it gets if it gets RECs, it gets RECs produced and consumed on site. But so, you know, it's all or nothing. So even trying to grab
a storage system
that
takes power from the system does not generate RECs. The only RECs are produced by the solar system. So I'm not quite sure what your argument is.
Well, no. Regis Regis says that it qualifies ESS and PV as a qualifying facility. So
yeah,
what I'm saying
you
is
don't add them
what,
together. I mean, you got either one or the other.
Well,
operating. They're not
right.
supposed
That's
to
right.
operate
So
at the same time.
I'm posing to you: are you saying the operational characteristics is now a small system, or are you saying that it's a large system? Because I can tell you the 500 kW storage is going to have some kind of
But who would do
couplability
that?
on it.
I mean, who's going to install it that way? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Hey,
to me.
I have customers with 10 kW and 40 and 50 kW energy storage. Don't say that's impossible. When you say it is,
yeah, when you say 500,
like
that's like
my luck.
That's like way out of proportion.
Okay, then let's say 50 then. Let's say 50 and a 10 kW PV system. Would you constitute that as a large or a small?
It's not large to me. It might be a medium system, but you're essentially providing interconnection capacity and a power control device that is going to limit the ability to export.
In the state of New Mexico, the delineation is 10 kW and under is a small. It gets full net metering capacity that has net metering credit that carries over month to month. On the large, any excess generation queues out at the end of the month. So contractually, you're going to have to capture that. So what would you say that is?
I'm not here to talk about the NERC program. I'm here to talk about interconnection.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What you establish here as far as what is capacity with ESS constitutes how you wrap the contracts around and the net metering operation. So you can't have one. You have to establish what it is. And so what you're saying is that non-export, any ESS non-export doesn't have any relevance. It's almost like it's not there at all as far as large or small.
I thought that our whole discussion was about putting in power controls to prevent export above whatever rating was for the PV system. Now, somebody can correct me on that. Somebody from the industry that was involved here, but I am not the technical expert to resolve this issue. I think that you're bringing in stuff that is not necessarily germane, but if you want to be able to,
it is germane.
It is germane
to the whole situation. It's germane to the whole process. What do you mean? It is germane to the whole process. It's establishment on these terms that you're not really establishing one or the other. So here's what I have to say is if you say I have a 15 kW system that's only going to generate across the point of common coupling as a 5 kW, how do I map that? Do I map that as a 15, but it only generates as a 5, and I lay it up on the capacity on whenever we do a pre elimination pre-application, this is how much is on the feeder. It's actually a 5 generation, but this guy's got a 30 or something. Those are questions that what you establish here relates to everything else. So I'm not trying to dance around it. I'm trying to actually exact it.
Can I hear from somebody on the industry side that was involved in the discussions that led to this?
I'm sorry, I had to step away. So please, Ed, it sounds like you can speak up, but I was on another call and missed the whole discussion. My apologies.
No, well, I was basically going to say, I don't think we have representation of the people who were part of this very long process. And Eric, unfortunately, not on this call, and we're getting a lot of things thrown in at the very end. And I feel like individual participants can make individual comments, but I did not participate in this either, but I'm not hearing people chime in. And I know a lot of people did.
Okay, the only way to resolve this at this point is for PNM to draft a paragraph that expresses its concerns with this, because what I'm seeing is that we had a consensus on this, and if you're now saying that there are other considerations that need to be taken into account, then please make a proposal and we'll put it in as your statement.
Sure, and we have it noted in our remarks too. Thank you.
So Frank, it's very helpful that, the comments that you submitted are kind of hard to integrate and don't necessarily have full information that you're describing. So the more complete you can make them so that they're parallel to the wording that's already in the document, the easier it would be for a commissioner or staff to compare the two. So I know Art said that the Word document that we got from PNM didn't entirely reflect the comment document that you all sent. And so if you could pay some attention to how to integrate those words and not be just separate bullets, it would really help us.
This is Tayoko. I just want to mention that battery storage, as it's being developed right now, is working with solar, with a certain relationship of kilowatts between storage and PV generation, and that enables a person to get the tax credit. There are reasons that customers might have more storage, which would primarily be for a backup situation, in which case they wouldn't have enough PV to charge the battery and restore it in a backup situation if you've got a 10 kilowatt PV system and a 50 kilowatt battery. And so then it has a completely different characteristic and purpose. But but in a case of a backup system, there's typically a transfer switch and a very different regime around that. So the regime that we're trying to address, the approach that we're trying to address here is one where batteries and solar work together, and they're part of a system that can add value to the grid and does provide a functional system that extends the value of solar beyond just the operating time of the sun. And this was the whole purpose behind storage in the first place. That's the intent around this non-export system. Batteries don't export except for an inadvertent export. So the whole myriad of different exceptions and situations wouldn't be practical to address those in some standardized form of interconnect manual, which we're trying to deal with. So I think there's just a real easy way to get distracted here on what the intent of this was. So I think the intent was following the systems and the way batteries and PV are integrated today. that's just my limited experience with batteries here in New Mexico, and I'm sure Steve has more experience than I do. Thank you.
Okay. Again, we'll just need a narrative to insert in there. I will point out that you seem to be raising some concerns that just whoever is the applicant, whoever is the host of these systems, is just going to change operations without telling the utility. That would be a violation of their agreement, and you have the ability to shut them off if they do that. So we cannot put in here a way to prevent everything, but you do have the power as the utility to take action if something like that happens, right? So that's basically how other states deal with it, is that should there be a violation of the interconnection agreement, right, they face penalties and consequences the same as any other change or violation of the agreement. And that's just going to have to be the way that it goes, right? Because we cannot prevent all different behaviors, but you do have the power.
Art, can I just make a quick comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Roberto.
And I think that's the issue that Frank is raising. It does merit some consideration. I mean, we have addressed it also in the past with Eric, because intents are not necessarily doesn't provide guidance. And in here, I think we need to provide some. At least come to a consensus of how that interaction should take place. And right now it's wide open. And that's one of the concerns that the utilities are having, that although they may say it is not uncommon to see people shifting, and it's pretty hard to patrol. So that's why I think it is important just to address it, at least in a some form. I don't know really what form. I mean, I'll be honest on that part. But it needs to be considered, and maybe we need time for everything, but this is another subject that we also need to probably leave for or address. I mean, moving forward, I know we don't have enough time to really properly address it, but it's something to probably take note on a later or a phase 2 part somewhere there. But definitely we need to make a mention of it, at least in general terms, that they should not be exceeded or they should not be abused, something like that.
Okay. All right. I think that there should be an affirmative responsibility on behalf of the owner or operator of the facility to notify the utility of changes in operations and to make sure that they're still in compliance with their agreement. I mean, I have no problem with that. I can't imagine that anybody else would have a problem with that. We just need to find the home for that. And that sounds like, just as there's an affirmative responsibility for the utility to act on applications in the rule, that should be a component of the rule.
My only question and concern with that is that this can be done with the push of a button. How are we going to be able to police that?
Well, you can't police people driving through red lights either, but you have a rule that says if they drive through red lights, it's a violation and they can get a ticket. I don't know how to prevent it, except that you have power controls that would prevent that. And that's a whole other element that we've been trying to press here, is that there are technologies that prevent unwanted activities.
Yeah, the manufacturers actually lock the ESS from the customer control.
Who's talking, please?
Yeah, I'm not.
Who's talking, please?
Travis from SPS.
Oh, hi, Travis.
Hi.
Yeah, my question again was the definition of what is a large and small with PV and ESS. I mean, hypothetically, and this is what, contractually what we have to do, and this has to do with the levels too, because if you consider a 100 kW system with 500 kW ESS is at a certain level for screening capacity. You consider that, no, that's not part of a large system. That's my whole trying to get it from there. As far as operation, I agree. We have an established contract, which probably needs to be worked on the operation protocols and what they mutually agreed to. But it goes back to system size and what do you call large and small. And I think that has to be worked on. I think there's some, it's not all, I think there's some gray area there.
Okay. All right. We'll be looking for a narrative that expresses your concerns. But I actually think that those rules go into effect in the NEM program rather than here. I mean, it's here you determine what the effective capacity is of the facility that's getting interconnected, and everything gets based on that. So I don't have an answer for it. That's the whole of PNM. We addressed pretty much everything else in everybody else's positions. Let's go to proposal J4, because there was some discussion about that in the industry position. I just want to make sure I understand what the industry position was trying to get at here. Again, this is a non-consensus that recommends that we still need more talk about how to do this, how to define this, and there's a recommendation for continuing with a workshop or subgroup on the definitions for hosting capacity. Is there any reason to change any of this? The industry has expressed that it still has concerns about the circuits that are considered to be at saturation, and hosting capacity might make that a little bit more visible and maybe even help alleviate that situation. But I'm just not seeing that the recommendation that they have here needs to go into the report. I mean, this is just a continuing concern, and it's not really how we can resolve it except by continuing to work on the issue.
I would like to interject that those feeders that we have are not even capable of hosting anything else, even zero feedback. So maybe another definition will come to play as absolute limit, some other kind of, and it might be with the utilities, a limit where no, nothing unless modifications are done, upgrades are done, that essentially an interconnection can proceed. But there is such a thing.
Hey, Art, this is Stephen Rinsha. So there was the aggregate generation definition that the industry group provided a lot of clarity, further clarity, and of how we've been looking to find a path forward to understand how saturated the circuits are, have a common measurement, and move towards more expansive hosting capacity processes. So we didn't cover that section. I don't know what's going to be included there in the call for collecting data and standardizing processes, but I really think that's the start of it, and that's what we've been talking about as the industry group, that we need to start collecting this data, standardize how we're measuring existing DERs, incremental future DERs, and base those assessments off the standardized process, while more complicated hosting capacity capabilities may be developed. And yes, let me stop there, I guess.
Okay, well, that's phase two. I mean, at least a recommendation for continuing the discussion on hosting capacity and analytical tools. And we have a proposal to try and do some pilot studies for analyzing likely paths in the context of community solar, but would also be valuable to this. I think that the cost allocation options are the commission's best approach for if you have circuits that are at capacity and need upgrades, how do we deal with that if there is a big demand for additional generation to be put on those, and that may or may not be associated with a traditional cost causation model, right? For instance, that if you've got 5 applicants on the circuit that needs to get upgraded, that they share the costs, right? We've talked about all those things. We can't resolve them. The commission's going to have to get more information about that in the future. But right now, my issue is trying to make sure that this report represents the discussion that we've had and offers useful suggestions to the commission to pursue. Right? So if we can't do anything further than that right now, then I'm willing to close this discussion. I think that we've touched on anything, but I will give people, if there's something that I did not talk about, that I did not address in your comments, that you want to make sure that we do not neglect, that might lead to changes in language here or additional kind of like small ads to fill out the context, this is the time to bring it up because we're running out of time. What I want to do after that is to just point to the areas that we need to have discussion about next week. So, did I miss anything major?
Art, I don't think we talked about the aggregate generation screen, which I don't think we necessarily need to talk about that, but was the industry's proposals not accepted and going to be in the next draft of how to bring further clarity to the industry position? Because when I read those sections, one part, as it stands now, one party is saying you should go collect data, the other party saying, oh, data is really hard to collect. And I think that's a really crucial component of all this is how we're screening today. How do we screen moving forward? I think it's a little narrower than taking on hosting capacity as a whole. But I think there's a pretty key issue here on how we're measuring capacity on a feeder. And there hasn't been any discussion on that here, and I hope the industry proposal at some level is in there and we can expand upon the original concepts that have been proposed to really try to bring to light how all this is intertwined.
I think that the only thing we decided to do is that we needed a definition of aggregate capacity. And this is embodied in the levels discussion.
Yeah, it's one of the non-consensus issues around the definition of, I don't know if it's aggregate capacity.
So it's already in the report. It's not coming out of the report.
Right, it's already in the report, but industry added quite a bit of content on how to assess data and what our definitions mean, proposed definitions mean versus the utilities. I haven't seen it in this discussion today. There was a lot of thought and collaboration that went into that.
Okay,
so
if it wasn't reflected in the document that you gave us, but reflected in the red lines, okay. If it was reflected in the document, then that's what I was planning to do, is to just add it as a position.
Okay, understood. It just wasn't brought up at all, and we didn't cover those sections, so I was just responding to you briefly. Thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. It's, as I said, juggling 6 different position documents is difficult. Where exactly are we talking about this? Not in hosting capacity. I'm not seeing it in your line 1351, industry further clarified position for aggregate that. So we're going to just jump back to line 13, 15 here.
Yeah.
And
Page
13,
four.
15. So it's got to be in your red line, or
Yeah, within
it's
the
not
red
in the
line,
doc. Okay.
within the red line, option 1 was expanded upon to bring further clarity.
Position, and it's going to be described as a position.
Yeah.
On option 1. Okay, I will make sure that that's in there. Doesn't mean that everybody's going to agree to it. It's just that, you know, I know what you want. I know what you need. It's really a matter of what the utilities are capable of doing at this point. And it may require the utility commission, the regulation commission, to direct the utilities to do certain things and to seek cost recovery to do those things. I can't say that for sure, but that's probably what's going to happen. If the commission decides it's important, they're going to tell the utilities to do it and give them the opportunity to get their money to do it. Okay, I'm going to close this document out here. I'm going to, let's throw it down here, and I'm going to bring up SPSs again, I hope. No. Nope, I think I closed it out. So bear with me a second. I'm going to have to bring up SPSs. Are you seeing the first page of the Xcel Energy document?
No, not yet.
Okay, I got to. Okay, I got to do this.
Reshare.
We got to reshare.
And we're at 14 minutes to expiration date time.
Yeah, right.
Just so you know.
See what happened. Here we go. Right. There were a lot of definitional changes that are recommended. And what I would really like is for people to spend some time to look at those definitional changes, because I cannot say whether they should just be accepted or whether they're not acceptable or whether they somehow violate agreements that people had. And we're going to have some conversation about that. So on next Thursday from 10 to noon, we're going to spend time with the definitions and try and resolve any changes to the definitions that have been introduced. And that is anything that has to do with, not the thresholds, but essentially from the original report lines, section 3, proposals and options, has definitions 3.1, and there's quite a number of them that have been proposed here. We just don't have time to deal with it. Through 600, okay? So please bring your collaborative hats, right? That we're not looking to fight over these things, we're looking to resolve them so that they are useful definitions without getting too niggly about certain things, but we need to make sure that we are addressing all the most important definitions. And we did ask, Satish and Abbas to come up with a whole new glossary, and they put in a lot of stuff, and we didn't, it may be that we're not able to devote enough discussion in the working groups previously because we had a lot of other fish to fry, but this is the opportunity to do that. Again, if there is not on a definition, it's going to get thrown down into the non-consensus definition pile, and then we'll figure out how to deal with it. Okay? Is that okay with everybody?
I have a question.
Yeah,
How
go ahead.
would we retroactively apply the changes to these definitions
Retroactively.
to those that are already interconnected?
I think that everything is grandfathered. A definition shouldn't change anything operationally. A definition is, by definition, just explaining what it is. Now, there may be changes in the manual in terms of processes or stuff. That's the commission's going to have to decide whether everybody that's already interconnected is grandfathered and whether this is just for things going forward. But a definition shouldn't involve that kind of change.
I think some of the definitions established in this document would impact those that are grandfathered.
Well,
especially those with PV and ESS.
You're going to have to point that out then. Because most of the definitions here are for ongoing new applications.
Right, but are we going to be fair with the ones that are already interconnected by taking on these changes?
If the commission decides to grandfather them in under their old application and then that's what the commission will do.
Okay, thank you.
I see. This is where the minor modifications came into effect here. It was a rather long, detailed discussion on it. Okay. Margie, tell me what I'm missing.
Okay, let's be, I don't think you're missing anything. I think we've got some work to do to integrate the various comments. I think we need to review what's going to happen next with people so that they know what to expect with this version 2 of the final report. And I've tried to note also in the agenda things that we asked for specific input on. So whenever you're ready, I can put that back up on the screen.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Oh, sorry. Stop my share. Stop.
It's okay.
Stop right now.
So our plan for going forward was to get to all of you by September 13th, which is Monday, a new version 2 of the final report. And I know that was our plan going into today. Arthur's asked for some additional comment and contributions from you folks by September the 15th. So Arthur, how would you like to resolve that? And what should people be expecting?
Well, there will be placeholders in the next version for those things that we've asked for. So they can get inserted, but it is my intention to work on all the things that we talked about today and to get them out to people on Monday so that they have enough time to digest it. And then there will be some additional information that comes in on Wednesday the 15th for discussion the next day on the 16th. Okay. We may not resolve it. You know, we're working our best within the schedule that we had set out. There's always flexibility to continue this process into October, as painful as that might be, without Margie and without Eric. But again, we're not here to entertain new ideas or to change significantly. We're here to get a document that reflects essentially the output from all the discussions that we've had so that the commission has something to work from.
Great. So we'll get a version out to you all on the 13th. You may be working on pieces, which I'll go into in a minute, the things I recorded that I think we're expecting. And we'll get that out to you. We'll have a discussion on the 16th. Sounds like commentary on version 2, plus this conversation around definitions, which may be the first thing that we do at that meeting on September 16th. I'm going to ask for your comments again with reference line numbers on a PDF. We will send you a PDF so that you can reference line numbers specifically and they won't change. We are not accepting red line documents. It's very hard to track changes that way. So we'd ask that, again, you submit a comment with a line number and what you suggest be changed or modified. And please send those to Arthur, Eric, and myself by midnight on September 22nd.
And you'll be referencing version 2. You won't be referencing version 1.
Exactly. If you'd like to read comments that were submitted on version 1, they are in the OneDrive folder under the report documents, and we've listed that link in this agenda, and they'll also be in the meeting summary from today. So if you want to go see some more context from the documents that Arthur was using to guide his conversation, you can find those. We are planning on a final working group meeting on the 23rd. And I think, Arthur, perhaps on the 16th, we can have some more clarity regarding what's going to happen next with revised manual and rule documents.
Yeah, we can try. I'll just note that I will make a point of inviting Commissioner Hall to the September 23rd working group meeting. I don't know if any of the other commissioners will be interested, but Commissioner Hall and her advisor, Colin Gillespie, will hopefully help us think through how to move into the next phase of this discussion. It was our hope from the beginning is that this report would also include the revisions to the manual and the rule, and that's not going to happen. So we need to figure out how to deal with that. So that the commission can proceed with a notice of proposed rulemaking, because the commission likes to have a proposed rule in order to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking. So, you know, that those are to be determined given the state of the discussions that we've had. I want to thank everyone. I'm sorry if I got testy today, but that's how I am when it gets down to the ends. And, you know, I think that I have a better understanding of what the comments relate to, and if I fail to include everything, just forgive me for being human, and we'll make it up at the next time.
So here are some of the things I captured. I know I didn't get everything, and it will be in our summary that we send out tomorrow, but I tried to capture places where indeed we are expecting input from a variety of working group members. So I'll have Arthur take a look at this as well, and we'll get it out, but I will post this in the OneDrive so that you can see there were some things that we asked for specific input. And Arthur, do you want to look through this and see if there's anything else that strikes you?
Yeah, no, I'll just point out that, you know, there are at least 2 major areas of divergence between the parties, right? There are a lot of little areas of divergence, but the 2 major ones are on what the timelines, the application timelines, right? And essentially it's 10 or 20 or 20 or 30, depending on what that is, for the commission to decide. So there's going to be 2 alternatives, and the reporting requirements, okay? The whole issue of nameplate capacity just needs some description from P&M as to what you mean and what your concerns are, and that will be inserted. I'm not quite sure that how to resolve it, right? Because it is the crux of the conversation that we've had, and we thought we had agreement, but there are considerations that need to be, that the commission needs to understand. So when you're writing those kinds of things up, you're writing for the commission so that they understand the issue, why it's important, and what to do about it. And I think that's it.
Are there any questions from the working group members about process of what's next?
None. Okay, thank you. And next week we'll also talk about what goes into the rule, I think. Okay. There's a weekend coming up. Everybody have a good weekend.
All right, thank you.